I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bangs. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
crossing here, has to hit the deck, doesn't go down fully, but there he goes.
Oh, send him in through the front, trying to be a tripwire too. They've all got to push him towards the house.
Bosh, we are back for PMPL EU Fall here. It's phase 3, it is day 3. There's all the threes here, but there's only 2 of us. We've got Maxman to my left-hand side. My name is Kalaris here to host all the good stuff that's going on for our next matches coming up. Max, are you hyped and boshed?
Oh yeah, I'm boshed out of my mind right now. I'm having a great time, okay? I'm so ready for phase 3. And MADBULLS, of course, driving down phase 3 in their cool Dodge 2. They're having a great time right now at the top of the leaderboards, and they're going to have a great time for the rest of the phase. Oh yeah.
That's what it's called, the Dodge 2. Let's take a look at the socials and what's going on over there as well. We've got ourselves TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. Check out everything. Use the hashtag PMPLEU as well, and make sure to get involved. You have the opportunity to be able to win some cool stuff as well. Maxman was giving some stuff away. That's really cool.
Yeah, you can still enter right now. If you go to this post right now, it's pinned on Esports PUBGM EU over on Instagram. Yes. Tell us which team you think will become the champions of this season. Which team is going to bosh all over everyone, and who's going to be able to get himself the win. And you will be automatically entered for that skin, and you can choose which one you prefer, and you can win it. So good times. Go do it right now.
A boshing good time. Thank you. Yes, Max. We've got lots of stuff to look at, though, of course. The schedule's coming up here to check out what's going on for today. We've got ourselves only one Erangel. It'll be the double helping of Miramar and the double helping of Sanhok as well. So a pretty rapido day here, Max, to get things going. But again, it's kind of that day that really tests these teams in terms of flexibility. Miramar plays very differently to Sanhok, so all of these teams got to be on their toes.
Yeah, exactly. No Erangel for the MADBULLS, unfortunately, today. They're going to have to, jump out of that one. No Erangel this time around. But yeah, it's funny to see some double Miramar, double Sanhok is the most original day. Normally, Erangel is the map that you see a lot more, but in these new formats of PMPL, you just got 33.3, repeating 3% of all the maps that these teams are going to be playing with. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting day to see how we're going to be ending off this halfway point of this third phase, because we had many teams that were starting to initiate a rise up from the bottom of the rankings and slow down a bit, because yesterday was, fair to say, very top heavy.
Oh, yeah, a MADBULLS day, I think, is fair.
Yeah.
113 points for them at number 1. We speculated, will they be 50 points ahead? No, they're just casually kind of 40 points ahead. Good for them, I suppose. But that's still absolutely insane. The double chicken dinner that they were able to get yesterday, Max, really set themselves apart.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, we got 2 chicken dinners and, of course, that second place. They could have almost got himself a win. It was just a little bit tough towards the very end of that 4th game. But, I mean, yeah, MADBULLS clearly the most consistent team. There's no way you're going to compete against them right now on the overall leaderboards, though. Gladiators and Major Pride, the big 3, still staying really, really relevant at this point in time. Though I am really happy about one thing, is that Dagestan have risen up. Kalaris, they had some really good performances, got that one real strong chicken dinner, and tied up with Major Pride on 69 points, by the way. Very nice. I hope they can continue this way, because so far they've showed true glimpse of hope in this phase.
Yeah, 42 elims here in phase 3 so far is fantastic across 2 days. I do hope that even after this tournament, when we roll into our next kind of seasons, etc. and stuff like that, I hope this roster stays together. I feel like they've got longevity. I feel like they've got legs, as long as they're able to kind of really iron out some of the mistakes that may be happening here and there. But we've already seen that they have the capability of doing things like 25 elim games, which is absolutely insane. But speaking of insane, let's check out the top of the PMGC points as well, because the race is close and Gladiators up towards the top is trying to catch on up. They have a little bit of a gap still to make up here, Max, but the top is very, very slim.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. Let's see exactly how close it is for some of the top squads. But it's still a 3-horse race, I think it's fair to say, Kalaris, currently for the race to PMGC. And it's going to be down to the finals. I'm calling it right now. The finals are going to be that difference maker. 1-point difference between MADBULLS and Major Pride. Like, this is one of the best rivalries I think we've had in Europe in forever, pretty much, I'd say. Like, MADBULLS, Major Pride, of course, Gladiators are looking amazing, but MADBULLS, Major Pride, with some of the players that were part of the same roster of MADBULLS in the past, now rivaling for a spot into PMGC. I couldn't write anything better, also because I'm a really bad writer, but it writes itself. It's an amazing story to have.
Definitely, that is true. Thanks, Max, for the honesty there. Let's take a look at NEXUS, though, because actually, technically speaking, they were 5th in the overall PMGC points. It's not going to be likely that they're able to catch up, but they've caught up in terms of performances from day 1 to day 2. Definitely a better day 2 here, Max, to get things rolling for a squad that we have a soft spot for.
Yeah, I'm happy to see they're not just sending EXO on the wild splits like they did on day 1. That was a little bit out of the ordinary for NEXUS on that first day. They lost a lot of fights because of that. So they're just playing a little bit closer packed on this second day, which I was really enjoying a lot more. Is one thing that is still not working out in their favor, though, Kalaris, is that they get eliminations. That's good. I think that on terms of eliminations, they're looking pretty strong compared to the rest of the lobby. I mean, right now they've got, what is it, 34 elimination points, but then you got 6 placement points. They are still not able to rotate efficiently enough. They're always getting involved in early game fights or mid game fights, and they just can't reach that late game. And it's such a big issue for them, because eliminations, they're good. We know that this team, Kapahala, Exo, Redox, Octavian, they can all pop off in a fight. But when it comes to rotations, they do struggle a bit more. But they've been trying things, especially this one Miramar, the wide wrap around the eastern side. I did appreciate that, but it is tough for them to get in those later stages.
No, definitely. There's a lot of situations where I'm seeing these kind of close quarters fights, and they actually do thrive, I feel like, more so in some of these close quarters fights on like Sanhok, for example, and stuff like that. But it's really not gelling together compared to the progression that we've seen from the big 3, from some of these teams that are trying to contest for those spots as well. So I'd like to see more from NEXUS, a team that I don't need to see that much more from, but we keep seeing them up towards the top, is Titan Gaming. Let's take a look at them as well, because in phase 1 and phase 2 looked fantastic. In phase 3, also looking pretty good, but a slight slip for our first 2 days to get things rolling.
Yeah, a very slight slip, but day 1 actually was really good because they got 3 podium finishes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they got 3 podium finishes with a decent amount of eliminations on pretty much all of their games in the day. So I've been liking that. I think it's also a knockoff effect of then starting to re-drop back in Pioneer. They're fighting KASIK teams, so that is going to have an effect that you will sometimes die a little bit earlier because of the hot drop happening. But overall, even though there's been a little bit of a reduction on their points, they're still reaching 1,000 average damage. They still got just under 5 average eliminations, which in the grand scheme of things, Kalaris, if you compare it to a majority of these teams, are still really, really good stats, and everyone has that big pop-off potential, except for when Old Boy's a bit split sometimes.
Let's focus down actually on that hot drop scenario, because of course you were trying to basically telegram to the casters whilst they were casting what was going on with that hot drop scenario, and they were trying to then quantum compute what we were talking about. But why don't you break that down for us?
Yeah, it's time for a theory, a PUBG Mobile theory. And right now the theory is happening in Painan. You got this drop that's been happening pretty much since day one. It's Titan Gaming versus KASIK team in Painan on Sanhok. And the theory is at the start of the tournament, it was not really facilitating any of these two teams to actually get the points they need if they want to qualify for the finals and hopefully make into the championship. But Titan Gaming actually has been now steadily increasing their stats over all the maps, Sanhok included. Of course, they've got so many more eliminations and survival time than KASIK team. Now, you're at the point where Titan don't have to give up the drop in Painan versus KASIK team anymore. What they can do is just keep dropping their bullying KASIK team outside of the championship, which I think is the goal. You want to make sure you keep dropping on them so they have poor Sanhoks every single time. KASIK team don't make it to championships, and then you have that spot free for what is pretty much their most important tournament of the year, because they can't qualify through PMGC points. The only way to make in PMGC is through championships, and if they have Painan to themselves, they have a really big chance of just playing the game they want against the Turkish teams.
Yeah, this was less of an issue when we had less Sanhoks than prior, right? But because Sanhok now makes up basically a 33% portion of what we're actually playing here, as long as you discount the Livik game that goes on during these seasons as well, then it actually becomes quite impactful indeed here. So to be able to stake your claim on somewhere like Painan, which gives you some of the best rotational options on 33% of your games that you're playing, that is a big deal. So we'll see if that kind of pays off down the line here as well. One team that's been paying huge dividends to their fans and followers alongside is MADBULLS, though, who yesterday, as we mentioned, already got themselves 2 chicken dinners on the day. They got themselves to second place. And how on earth did they increase their performances from phase 1 and phase 2? I do not know.
Yeah, they just keep getting better every single time. You think they've reached a peak, but no, they just keep getting better every time. They increase their eliminations, increase their average survival time by now just 22 minutes and 29 seconds, which is insane that is an average. That's not just one really good game. They do pretty much throughout all single maps they play in a day. And they're just going to keep getting better as time goes on. Right now, I think that this is the peak of what MADBULLS can do. I think they've perfected a playstyle that works really well in Europe. And I feel like I'm already looking far in the future, Kalaris. I'm looking how that perform against the Turkish teams that are known to be a little bit more aggressive. Would this be as effective there, or is it maybe going to struggle a bit more over in the championship? I do wonder.
Yes, I mean, it's a good question. I think ultimately when we've gone to the EU Championship, we've seen as MADBULLS has turned up in the past, different rosters sometimes, of course, but then it's always then Gladiators that's able to prevail. It's always then Fireflux that's able to prevail, right? The really long-standing rosters that are able to do more on the international stage. So we'll see how that translates. It does have question marks for me regarding that, but if this is anything to go by, they could win big.
I think there's a very high chance that they're going to perform well. I feel like the reason why, as you said, they were not doing great in previous championships is because they were not having that experience outside of their region. Now they played that multiple times. They played also PMGC at some point, some of the players. So there is definitely a chance that they could perform well. I feel like they're going to be super ready going into the championship, because there's a chance that we saw it's a 1-point difference between them and Major Pride for PMGC. In the chance they don't qualify, they need to pop off in champs, so they're going to come in fully prepared for that event, I believe.
I feel like, yeah, there's a 1-point difference, but if you had to put your mouth where your money is, right? Your money where your mouth is, even the other one, not the pedal to the metal thing that we were doing. That one.
Fair enough.
If you had to do that for MADBULLS and Major Pride, personally, I'd still go with MADBULLS for who's going to get that PMGC spot from points, right? Considering that they can just have these insane consistent pop-offs over and over and over, I think I'd have to go with MADBULLS. What about you?
I agree. I feel like MADBULLS, because of how consistent they've been, is just the favorite team when it comes to contending for PMGC. Though Major Pride, we saw what they can do at one point in this tournament is they got 3 chicken dinners in a row, right? And that big pop-up performance, if they can pull that off towards the end of phase 3, if they can pull that off during the finals, more importantly, that could be their spot in the PMGC pretty much secured. So MADBULLS sure consistent, but the pop-off performance of Major Pride is present right now. So it's a bit scary for both teams.
All right, somebody else who's popping off is Monster Energy here for PMPL Fall EU. So thank you to them for joining us for all of the action that is going on. It's phase 3, it's day 3. Max is boshing out of control. The casters are popping off as well. We're going over to Jackie and Blank here to bring you the first game of the day.
Oh, boshing out of our minds. That's what we're doing on the daily here on PMPL EU. We bring the business. Isn't that right, Blank?
That is right. I mean, I'm ready to get in here. Bosh, bosh.
Bosh.
Bosh. That's what it's all about. I'm excited to get into this last day of the first week of phase 3. Obviously, there's got 3 more days coming after this, but it is so tight towards the top of the PMGC rankings, with Major Pride being just 1 single point behind MADBULLS, who have tried to claw this back as best they can. Despite the ridiculous performance they've put out through this entire tournament, they're still not ahead, Jackie, just yet. I mean, they are, but it's 1 point.
Can you believe that?
Can you believe that?
It's 1 point. It's madness, isn't it? I think it's really cool, actually, how some of our storylines are starting to shape up now, giving us a lot more to kind of, I don't know, sort of look at and really analyze, in the sense that this whole season has been so competitive, but we're hanging by little threads that could potentially change so much in terms of the final standings, Blank.
Yeah, it could all go sideways for some of these teams. I think for Gladiators, who are falling a little bit far behind now in terms of PMGC rankings, it's likely they're going to have to qualify to PMGC through EU champs. 40 points behind. Obviously, it's not something that they can't catch up on, but you got 4 last days to do this in. And with MADBULLS playing so consistently, as we just saw over in those little statistics on the death side of things, it is just not likely that they'll be able to profit on top of MADBULLS. I think Major Pride is lucky to be in a position where they are just a breath behind right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, Major Pride have had some good moments as well. I think we've definitely seen so many improvements. But I suppose a lot of that now starts to feel like it's more of a distant memory. You know, we had a few play days, handful of days ago, where they were really looking incredibly dominant. Now we see dribs and drabs of it thrown in a bit. So for Major Pride, I guess it's just the consistency of rolling back to the form that we've seen previously, keeping that up. And then for Titan, teams like that, it's more, are they going to be able to go above and beyond? Because they get the sea legs, they get wobbly in some of those more important games.
Yeah.
And right now, with the difference of a few points, breadcrumbs really, Blank, being the difference of them maybe being able to push far enough ahead to secure something to make their lives a little bit easier, it's in their hands. So we just have to hope that over the course of today with the double Sanhok, they don't fluff their lines.
I mean, it's definitely going to happen though, right? They're going to be asking for a queue here at this point in time, because Sanhok doesn't really matter to Titans right now. As long as they're getting a fairly high placing in those overall rankings, life's good. Life's good, because they still want to get those bonus points. We've not talked about them too much at the moment, Jackie, but those bonus points are really quite important, especially on the overall ranking side of things and your face-to-face gameplay. That's a potential, if you were first place alongside all of them, 80 points going to finals, which I would say, realistically, that would just set you up for an easy win, unless something miraculous happens for another team.
Yeah, and I mean, we have had some miracles happen over the course of this tournament, but, you know, if you could try and mitigate that as much as possible and really decide things by your own hands, rather than leaving it up to the fate of the other teams in terms of placements, probably the better way to go about it, right? Kind of be the maker of your own destiny on that one. But it's nice, you know, we're getting closer and closer to where these storylines will finally have their big crescendo, and we'll see how things are lying once all the chips are down. Overall, I think really, it's more just sort of the level of competition we've had across the board, which has been rising steadily over the whole season so far. I think every time we do one of these play days, you can see that it feels like on a daily basis, teams are looking a bit more drilled. The meta's starting to seem a little bit more well-rounded as well, in terms of most of our teams changing their style to match it now as well. We've had the big sort of facelift with NEXUS, where they kind of look like a different team now, Blank. Yeah, it might not all be sunshine and roses for them, but they are starting to get inside of the zone a bit earlier. They're looking for scraps, and it's fun to see the evolution we've had here inside of PMPL EU. But we could speculate all day, or we could show you some of it inside of the battleground. So we'll get ourselves ready. It's an interesting day today. We get 2 Miramars and 2 Sanhoks as well. So if you're a fan of the more unorthodox battlegrounds, that's where we'll be taking you on today's travel.
Yeah, we got Miramar, which is so big, and then we've also got Sanhok, which is so small. So we're going to go between the two ends of things right now. We're on either side of the spectrum. We're optimized going into this match. We're good to go, Jackie, honestly. Miramar, fantastic little match that we want to see every single time. It's a map that MADBULLS tend to thrive on. They're quite decent in this map. I do like how they've been playing it out. It has been strange though, because although I do say that now, it has felt like more often than not, Sanhok has started to be a playing field where they're really starting to find their groove as well on that side, with some really hastily taken fights. I think you were kind of predicting them in the early game as well, towards like phase 2, that yeah, they could probably win this match. And you were right, because they did just take some unorthodox fights there. They went in for some crazy plays, and often they do work out just because of the skill that's behind this team, the real oomph that they've got going on in the trunk.
And at this point in time, I think there's actually so much more room for that to just be a deciding factor for a lot of our squads, where it just feels like if you've got something a little bit different, a bit of a flavor where potentially, you know, some of the teams aren't quite ready for it as much in terms of the benchmarks, you can throw in a little bit more spice coming up towards these final few play days, because people are so either in their routine, their sort of, you know, mundane rinse and repeat of the way that they want to play it, that they're not expecting someone in the last few play days to start throwing in, you know, some unexpected spice out of nowhere. You've got the cayenne coming in, maybe a bit of paprika, right? And that's sort of catching them off guard.
Paprika in there.
Yeah, they're like, whoa, what's going on here? This has got kind of barbecue smoky flavor. You know, I've never seen anyone take that compound before. Whoa, is that 5 spice? You see what I'm saying?
That's crazy. That's going to make a pretty disgusting meal, but it's not one you would expect at the end of the day, because every single day that we've done PUBG Mobile, we've served up something nice. Maybe something a little bit spicy, but could this be today where we serve you up something horrible that you weren't expecting to come over towards your table? I hope it is. I hope you're surprised. I hope you ask for a refund, but you stay all the way through that meal just because the vibes are so good.
Those immaculate vibes, you know, the ambience that we set here in Restaurant de PUBG Mobile, it's good, it's nice. It makes you want to stay here and eat more of the food, even if you're not sure why there's randomly now a small man holding a VP flag inside of your soup and we keep talking about spice. But you're fine. Luckily enough, you're at home in the proverbial PUBG restaurant, enjoying the fine delicacies we're going to be serving up for your eyeballs today, as we can start to kick off our opening Miramar of the day here, Blank. I'm glad we get this one. In terms of the groups as well, with some of the teams that are sitting out, it's not that bad actually, with some of the more exciting squads that do thrive a little bit more on the old Miramar still in play. So it's a good one to come into. I think for the optics, this should be a fun first game.
Yeah, it's practically all the major teams actually playing here as well. You got KONINA Power, Major Pride, you got MADBULLS, Titan Gaming, as well as the Gladiators themselves. So really, we have all of the big names jumping into this first match today over on Miramar. This is probably one of the more difficult Miramars, honestly, with a lot of those really hard to task to teams actually playing against you. So I'm sort of expecting, you know, Gladiators, you Titans, as well as MADBULLS and Major Pride to make it far into this game. I think a lot rides on this game for Major Pride in particular, because for them, this map means a lot, especially at the end of this week play day, in the sense that if they can get a big game off the bat here, start to increase that lead over towards their PMGC rankings, make it a bit more difficult for MADBULLS to catch up. You don't want to be that team that's constantly chasing down MADBULLS. That is really difficult to be position to be in, just because MADBULLS have been so consistent. So you want to get a lead early on. And for Major Pride yesterday, they kept putting up consistent performances despite some really problematic areas in their gameplay. You know, going down to one player, just in Naomi on that game versus NEXUS, and then Naomi making it to a 4th place. Excellent job from him. But we need more of that, and we need more of that as a team.
And I wonder how much of a factor some of these squads knowing just how pivotal it is that they pick up a few extra points going into today's play day. could be as, you know, causing a bit of turmoil, potentially their playmaking, decision-making, making them feel slightly more uncomfortable in some of these situations. Because if you missed it yesterday, we had Titan in a position where, you know, we kind of had them basically given a bit of a gift in the sense that the other squads with Major Pride and MADBULLS both going out early meant that there was a big opportunity for them to get some points garnered into the last game of yesterday. But they just didn't feel like they were able to take it in their stride. It felt very uncomfortable with the way they played it. It was quite loose, a little bit sloppy. It goes back to that older sort of style that you would see on occasion from Titans, where it almost feels like at times Mad Boy, just Mad Boy, old
Mad boy.
I mean, he can be Mad Boy sometimes, can't he? But it feels like, you know, he kind of gets a bit antsy, the team fragments a bit too early, and then it all kind of blows up in their face. And that's something that you really can't afford to do. We want to see far more of the Titan that we've been singing praises of, where they do roll around basically as this kind of, you know, sort of death squad, really, that does just take on any fight with such confidence and normally look to clean them up. The crazy bit is here, we're not on Sanhok, but they have somehow sniffed out where KASIK are. So Titan versus KASIK seems to be a mainstay fixture on our screens.
Why are you doing this to us? Please. It's just cruel. It's cruelty at this point in time. KASIK team desperately trying to deal with Gladiators as well, as Titans just rock up towards Skillsers. It is interesting though, because look, I see Titans they are the big cup of tea at the end of the day in the lobby. They're nice, they're cozy to have. I always want to see them do well, but oftentimes, like you're saying, they feel like the old digestive that you leave in the tea too long. They crumble far too quickly for your liking. It's a horrible situation. Yeah, it's a soggy digestive, and no one wants that. No one likes that. If you've done that and you've put it in my tea, you're a disgraceful human being. However, if I've done that, I'm just ashamed of myself. And to be honest with you, I'm more just disappointed in Titans because I want to see more from them. I don't want it to have to take Gladiators fighting off against every single team under the sun for them to swoop in and take away the chicken dinner. That doesn't feel right. I want to go back to the days where Titans looked like they were just taking it to absolutely everybody in the lobby. And this playstyle of Operation Kill KASIK team, it just doesn't sit well with me.
It's crazy as well because it might be the next logical extension of the, you know, the kind of theory that Maxman was talking about where, you know, if you just keep applying pressure again and again to your KASIK team, you consistently ice them out of garnering enough points to be able to push far enough up the rankings to have that potential to go further and get the qualification from it. So maybe they are really just kind of hammering that home. They're like, all right, well, we've got the double Sanhok today, so we know we can ruin your lives potentially twice there. Maybe Miramar also, yeah, like, let's hunt them down.
Oh, God. It really does feel horrible right now. Even Gladiators are getting on the fun as well, too. Just proper cruelty. Do need to get the old services in here to give KASIK team a hand. It's painful, but Titans have made their way in. Look, it was a drive-by assault on KASIK team, and they've got further into the circle here over towards that eastern side. I feel like we've seen this circle all the time. This circle, we are so acquainted with it now, Jackie. I feel like I know it like the back of my hand. If you guys have been watching throughout the entire tournament, first of all, thank you so much. We appreciate you. But you also know this circle, so you know what's going to happen. But are we going to get any wildcards? That's a real question. Put your predictions in chat right now. I want to see what you're thinking. What are your thoughts?
Tell those grey gears turning and put pen to paper straight away. Because, mate, it really does feel like, I don't know what it is, but when we're on the mic together, it's almost as if we get the most uncommon or whatever can contain physically the most water in our circles all the time, which, you know what, I'll take it. It's definitely provided some interesting games in terms of forcing these teams potentially to play some of the setups that you probably wouldn't want to be running as commonly. Definitely map geometry at an all-time minimum with half of the circles we tend to will into existence.
Do you like that southeast or circle, boy? I'll give you 10 of them. It's cruel. It's cruel to these teams. It's not an easy position to take as well for a lot of these squads. I mean, Dagestan have played this position before. I really do like this transition that they make up towards this hillside. They love to take shots towards the teams coming in. A lot of their game plan is just try and cut out as many teams as possible from this position, or at least, you know, swipe the scooter along the ankles, make them feel a bit of pain, cripple them on their way in, and then makes their lives a lot easier when they finally do have to transition from this spot. Because again, this is not a game-winning position, but this is certainly a spot where you can start to build the tower of Jenga along your way to climbing up it to get that chicken dinner. It's a big game of Jenga. Big Jenga.
Yeah. Massive Jenga. Like the kind you'd have at sort of an outdoor garden party / barbecue kind of function.
Yeah.
You know, huge blocks. Like, it takes the full body, not just fingertips on those bad boys. That's how large of a scale.
You have to lie down when you lose.
Yeah. Physical exertion. The stress. Oh, the tower, it's everywhere.
Oh, dear.
It's a 5-minute roundup, getting all the blocks back for the next game.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. For TUNA, though, they'll have to be picking up the blocks themselves as Major Pride's actually getting over towards their top side. So if these guys do not fall down under the weight, under the pressure of Major Pride, Zero, though, who's been an absolute manic, has been doing some great stuff over towards Unicorns Love, at least on Sanhok, causing them serious problems all the time. But I think Major Pride, slightly different beast here to deal with than the Unicorns.
This isn't your usual kettle of fish. Major Pride at any given moment can pop off in these sort of scenarios. Purple, though, is able to find quite a nice knock initially to start this one off. And I like the way they're playing it. They're not overwhelming them. They're not rushing on in. They're playing the spacing together. They get the first knock. They look for a better angle to re-aggress onto this one. And we're hoping to play off each other's contact. Slightly fragmented on the re-peek here from Noshi. He is able to do a little bit of damage, though, lighting up Nomi and leaving him with about 15% of his health left to play with. Has nades in the back pocket, though. A few that you can use to aggress back into this one. Meanwhile, Effect holding the rear blank, just putting bullets down range. This is turning into a bit of a brawl now, actually. Fully investing for both of these teams to see if they can clean up. One of these two squads ain't walking away from this.
Yeah, actually, though, TUNA's able to get the res off, a bit better cover, but these are some wild little peaks coming through from TUNA, and I don't think they're expecting it. MADBULLS also come through, the team that's directly competing with Major Pride. Naomi gets back up on his feet, but Effect will be left bare, as Tulika will take that knock away from them. This is really bad news right now for Major Pride. He just wants to get down towards his position, maybe take a fight with MADBULLS later on. But overall, this has not started off well. I think Major Pride most likely will just bail on this.
Probably best case, just get out of there. You've been given the get out of jail free card, which is the attention being drawn by Gladiators. You have to sacrifice one player that you're not going to be able to recover at this point. So just getting away, probably the best chance they have to squeeze some points out of this one, knowing that MADBULLS were looming over them. Meanwhile, we see our first squad going down here on Miramar as well, as PERMITTA are taken out. It's a bit of a slow start for PERMITTA then, unfortunate for them. For VP, bodes well. The Vicious Bears coming out as the Claws have already been able to carve their way through 4 eliminations to start them off in a good spot.
Yeah, it's a really good place to be right now. And that flag has been waved around frantically by the little man in the soup at Restaurant and PUBG Mobile. Overall, he is supporting them in the big time. Yeah. It's going well. I mean, I'm proud of VIRTUS.PRO. I'm proud of what they've been able to do this tournament. You know, it's not been easy for VIRTUS.PRO. Again, getting back on the bike with Beck, Elementrix, Wait, and Brooder, you know, changing the roster up a lot, getting that synergy back on board. I say that, Nexus has taken out one of them. Stage 3, there's still time to pick him back up again, but it's going to get really dicey. They are far outside the blue. They have been there for a long time. Kapahala will finish off 1. Be a very similar circle. Right now, Gladiators actually have the spot where the majority of teams do win from.
And Gladiators, they've been winning a majority of games. That's been the big boon for them. They've been looking absolutely outrageous and willing to basically just take anything that's thrown at them in their stride. It's been very cool to watch the progression from Gladiators over the past few days. Seeing the lay of the land here, quite a few teams actually thrown into some scraps across the board. You can see Dark Project are going up against Unicorns of Love as they are in the meat grinder on this one. Although it's actually Victor from the back line with SPG just taking pot shots at a few of the wounded players. He's really got a good assess of the situation, even seeing VP start to arrive on the scene, rolling their way in over the tops of the hills. So this is 3 squads with a potential for 2 third parties from either side all set up here. A lot of commotion going on.
SPG, it's going to be difficult either way though, because the amount of shots they're taking will be very much known from KASIK team. So I like this push coming from SPG. Hasn't worked out too well so far, but if they were able to get over towards this side, that would have been the big difference maker. Unfortunately, that's the last player down. SPG is just a lot last remaining. But yeah, I think they make the smart choice, which is we just need to go third party on this one. We can't exactly move over towards the eastern side. KASIK team would have a really good read on us.
Unicorns love, man. Being able to actually stand strong. Okay, so we've learned the unicorn ratios the bear in the Battle of Wildlife on that one.
It's got a distance on it, really. It's just all about the length of that horn. So
yeah, the horn and the hooves.
hard to get close, really. Bear's just got his teeth and just can't get past that.
Yeah,
bleeding horn.
He's there on his back leg going. But the unicorn, mate, just can't stop him. The mighty hoof. Ooh, although those hoofs might get broken here. They need lucky horseshoes to survive this. As they're driving past the absolute real blender they've been put through here in terms of the damage they're just taking on their getaway. Not ideal. We can also see what's going on for NEXUS. Now, NEXUS, they were finding the odd nice hit here and there, but it seems like in terms of the fight overall, they have been struggling on this one. A lot of players knocked. It's basically just EXO trying to play medic to recover the situation from a very bad spot, whilst VULGAR boys just run all over them, running amok here. Trade back, at least with a shotty up close, but can you clutch onto this?
More good shots there from Redox. We'll find a bit more damage. Fuchsman's got to go absolutely sicko on this fight. Sends a nade around the side, does a fair amount of damage, but he's still quite low, trying to get the spray in. EXO finally goes down. Fuchsman there for the first knock. Has to look for another. Can he hit it? No, he cannot. And it will just be Redox last remaining there for NEXUS. Might be able to get Doran back into the fight. Might be able to get EXO back into the fight. But either way, MADBULLS starting to really pop off over towards this eastern side. Up to 1 elimination so far, looking to confirm these two. But the amount of control that they've had, the amount of fights they've instigated between teams on this eastern side have been absolutely cruel, to be honest. I liked what VULGAR boys did there, though. All 3 players go over to res up Fuchsman. They know that this guy is ultra important.
They know where their bread's fooped. To make sure that you keep him in the fight. They go, Fuchsman. The superhero we don't deserve, but that we do have. Exactly, bud. You can't have Fuchsman upset. It brings the whole morale of the team down. This is quite sad, this situation we were presented with here. Everyone just kind of knocked on their last legs, are building apart from one another. So KONINA Power probably in the best spot to actually recover this one, as both Trofka and Skills are down on the ground. Timing on it's going to be tight, though. Just as he finishes off the res, they've arrived on the scene. So now you're looking at a raw 2-on-2. You've either got to survive this instantly, or it all blows up in your face. Nice connection with the SMG. They're letting them group quite close, but they hold it. Agoria with a nice lay down there onto Unicorn. Fair play. They handle their way through KASIK team.
Yeah, that was really, really well done from KONINA Power playing alongside this little back wall here. Never mind. What did he think was going to happen?
Has he done that? Right, hang on. Was there actually a thought process behind that? Has he done that so that he gets rezzed and then has slightly more HP off the back of the res? Or
it's probably the fact that he doesn't want someone spotting that and exploding it inside the building so they get knocked on top of it.
Okay.
Maybe he expected to get knocked off the boat. He's like, look, mate, get to the back of the room. Clearing!
Good job surviving that fight. I need help. I'm down.
I'm down.
What?
I've knocked me, son. Help.
Fuel can.
Fuel can.
Fuel can. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Fuel can.
Can you believe that? But yeah, so great little play from KONINA Power. Did lay down a bit towards the end there. MADBULLS over towards the NEXUS. 2 players here. Doran as well as Redox. Doran's got himself a Groza though. Nasty weapon in the hands of a player like Doran. 6 grenades. The Grenadier's back. We've not seen him for a while. Is he going to start throwing them?
Is he going to start dashing them out? Or what's the maneuver going to be? I feel like MADBULLS are going to be on one of those days, by the way. Even from the little fights they were taking, yeah, you can kind of see it, right? Like, it's when they're getting a bit antsy, when you just see the body language on them. It makes you think some of these days, MADBULLS just go off. They go big mode, they're just ready for the fights. Haven't seen too much from Xerax just yet, but I'm sure that's because he's just saving up his power level in the background. And this guy goes full Super Saiyan when he's allowed to, so you want to keep your eyes peeled later. For MADBULLS right now, though. Our project off towards the wayside, taking contact with Titan and causing a fair bit of turmoil for them. They're up close and personal as well, and you've got the split, allowing Frozen from the backline here with a scope attached for max precision to take fights all the way up towards the hill and just finish off the players that are getting knocked. So everyone's kind of being pilfered at this point. Titan taken out. It's not looking too good on the hillside.
Yeah, Titans got obliterated. 6 eliminations, it's not too bad. Again, it's a very difficult circle to play in with MADBULLS being able to control so much of the area down towards this east side. They've had a great time of it. Gladiators have one of the only compounds left remaining. They did go for the sacrificial play. You know, they got rid of one of their players to get 3 towards this spot early on. They came from Los Leones on that south side, so it's kind of fortunate they were playing there at the beginning, considering the playing path. Kespo, not ideal. Wow. Not ideal to take that big hit, but it does survive.
Yeah, impressive. He actually was able to get his head down in time. The ostrich play. Burrow the head in the sand and barely stay alive for now. He's at least got some bells and whistles to top himself back up. So just being a number, still on a server at least, could be the difference. Gives you a bit more time to work with. Some blinding shots coming out though tonight. Already it seems like everyone's feeling the heat. Coming in warm. Gladiators though, maybe potentially heating up here. Getting shot down from the backhand side. So realizing some of the locations that potentially Major Pride could be playing in now. They've got good setup though in terms of the zone and the compound they're playing off of. And they've got so much of a read in terms of the other squads that are at least close by. So should have a good inkling of how to play this one.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people looking at this location though, right? There's going to be people trying to crash it. So for Gladiators, they have to sort of play their cards right of when they're taking these fights, when they're taking these shots, when they're necessary. A couple of third parties could be really good. They just need to damage these teams to the point where they don't want to go for the crash over towards them. Luckily for them, there is only 2 4-man other teams in this lobby, which is TUNA Esports as well as MADBULLS. They're on the completely other end of the circle to them. So for Gladiators, there is still a little bit of hope in the works here.
So TUNA, wow, actually being able to get some really nice shots off onto Major Pride. Okay, that was quite unexpected. You know what? It's crazy the facelift we've seen over the past few days for TUNA, mate. They've gone from, you know, being one of the first teams you expect to see fall out of the lobby to being in the final circles, taking chicken dinners, and actually looking really competitive in some of the fights as well. The gun skill improvement has been drastic. I don't know where that's come from, but something's clicking for TUNA, and I'm living for it, bud. It's good to see.
It is fantastic. I mean, TUNA just completely wiping the floor with Major Pride from the start of the game to the end of the game is not something that any of us expected to happen during this match. But it has, and I think for Major Pride, it's a really big deal. You know, losing those players then, 8th place, not a good spot to end in. You almost made it to where those points start to matter a little bit. With only 2 eliminations, this is a really good chance now for MADBULLS to just run away with the lead now in terms of PMGC placings. And also, just in terms of the overall rank, as you can see at the top of the screen, the 116 points to Gladiator 77. It is almost unattainable this point in time to try and catch up to MADBULLS. If they win this match, it's going to be constant catch-up from every other team. And I would go as far as to say that this is now just looking at trying to get second place.
Trying to get second place and potentially who's going to stop the Bulls, right? How far can they keep pushing the insanity of the digits they've already been able to rack up? If there was an abacus you were using to figure out if they qualify or not, you'd be there for hours. There's just sheerly too many points. You'd be moving back those little balls for far too long. It would not help you. That's just how good MADBULLS have been in the battleground recently. They've been looking so sick. Okay, bit of a fight here though between NEXUS and MADBULLS. Doran at least catching contact from the sideline. He's one of the only two NEXUS players that are still alive. They've had a rough game of it, and after instigating the fight, they leave themselves susceptible to the clapback from KONINA Power. Switch to the shotty for Redux. Okay, that's a nice way to hold the line and keep yourself in it. Big frags on that one.
Give him the old ka-chunk there. Sits the vehicle, provides themselves a little bit of cover, maybe unbeknownst to them. If I know MADBULLS, they're going to shoot the hell out of that vehicle very soon. Gladiators also taking damage from TUNA, as well as Dagestan. There's Tulika as well as Fleeky up towards this northern side, watching this one. It's overall a very bad sign. The fact this vehicle is not broken means you can drive it out of here, but I think it's maybe a little bit too late for Redux.
Oh,
Tulika!
Tulika still holding it. I thought you kind of owned that, actually. I mean, smart heads-up play, right? You're really limited in terms of your options there anyway. If he tried running for cover, probably just going to get shot. If he went for the fight, might have got a 1-for-1, sure. Instead went for the more tactical play. Sit in the vehicle, hope that they don't expect you're actually in there. They don't clear it, but they do watch the flank, so he still goes down. Nightmare in the end for NEXUS, but it leaves us with this. MADBULLS, TUNA, and Gladiators being the final three squads that are going head-to-head for the first chicken dinner of the day here on Miramar. Tixi takes a pot shot on Noshi. MADBULLS trading back though as Tixi's gone.
Nice.
Okay, here we go, Blank. The scrap's starting to go a little bit more interesting now.
It's a good little shot there from Kitsune. Realized he has to get Frozen God off that position. Now just him and 60 left remaining. TUNA Esports also sending in, getting purple up close and personal. Fleeke on an off angle once again here alongside with the rest of the other team. Just allowing Matic to try and live this one out, but he is taking so much fire, so many nades. Impossible at this point in time. The MG3 just ripping them to pieces. But I feel a TUNA win, man. Just like Maxman said back in the day, their stats are good.
I'm living for it. If they can take it, it would be exciting to see. And they've been hitting their shots. We've been singing their praise. If there was ever a game for them to really run away with things, this would probably be it. Both sides in a rough position as well. Green around the gills for MADBULLS. They've taken a lot of damage on this one. One player fully taken out of commission, and that's Zerich, normally the impact fragger for the side. They try to use their positioning to get a split stereo flank off onto TUNA. So they've got angles to cover on this one. Oh man, this is on a bit of a knife's edge here.
Yeah, I love the play from TUNA as well, though, right? Because they see the fighting up towards that northwest side. They don't want to get involved. Instead, they take that chance to immediately take this eastern side, where MADBULLS gets a little bit too aggressive over towards Gladiators. So they've just flipped the script here. And with Fleeke still off in the distance, look at this. Noshi also with his little off angle. So exciting. The gameplay coming out from TUNA right now, looking really crispy with it. But again, this can all turn on a dime. Vabito taking a couple of tickle to the old calf there. Gets a bit of a cramp coming through from Frozen. Puts him on ice.
Noshi inside of the vehicle makes his rotation back down. They've got two vehicles to play with here, so potential to at least maybe draw the crosshairs out, make it a bit more uncomfortable for MADBULLS, or to use that sheer speed if they want to close the gap and go for a crash off the back of a knock that goes in favor of Frozen here. So MADBULLS at least equalizing the situation, putting this one back down into a 3 versus 3 for right now. Make that just a 3-on-2 though, as TUNA starting to crumble under the pressure here, Blank. A lot of this riding on Obito to hold the line whilst his teammates play medic.
Yeah, the difficulty here is the fact that TUNA is just maybe a little bit unaware of the angles, whereas MADBULLS, their map knowledge has always been so amazing, so fantastic. Frozen's already up, finds one, but there is a refrag. That's really important there, coming through from Zero over towards Frozen God. Looks to maybe confirm it here, spots him, but Tulika off in the distance, will just immediately see it. This is so unfortunate at the moment now. Jackie, just one player left remaining in No. She has to have the game of his life.
Oh, this has got to be a worldie. Like you say, it needs to be a life game now from this point to be able to close this one up and secure it. Uh-oh. We're keeping you guessing on this one. We're going through the multiverse. That's just how important of a play that it has to be, Blank.
We're in Turkey right now. It's Regnum versus BBR. Oh, dear. I can hear him bandaging, so the game's not over just yet. We had 15 Takims.
There you go, we're back.
But now we're back with 2 teams.
He's got the res off.
He's got the res off over towards Zero. This is massive.
Okay. Ooh, Zero, though, can he be a hero? Not likely up against Fleek as he makes the adjustment shot, so it is back down to just Noshi. Running through the smoke, spraying away with the SMG, drops to the deck, trying to make the right play on this, but it's too little, too late. MADBULLS finally put the hoof down as they will take the opening chicken dinner of the day.
Oh, what a game that was overall. I mean, you know what? That game was so good that we shifted through the spheres of the universe, right? We've gone through a wormhole in that moment. Because in what world, in what dimension do we see TUNA going up against first place MADBULLS and actually looking like they were going to take it to him? And I think a lot of the stuff for TUNA there is just experience based, right? It's one of those cases where we're not sure what angles we should be holding. We're not sure what angles are available here. So really, really fantastic work there coming through from TUNA overall. I loved it. Hope you guys loved it at home. What about you, Jack? You loved it?
It's interesting to see. I think it really does bode well. It goes to show that TUNA are improving even more so than potentially we were giving them credit for initially. You know, they're going further and further. Them being in a final circle and being inches away from a chicken dinner, it's not that kind of weird, like one-off, oh, look at TUNA. It's more like, oh, okay, they're doing this a bit more consistently now. Yeah, it's TUNA. Now they've got a bit of a, you know, brand behind them. It's good to watch, but I think it's interesting, Black. The one thing that potentially is like a bit of a sign of the future, maybe that they can work on as well, is that it seems like everything was so confident up until once we get into that final zone. Suddenly it looks like they're playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Very defensive, very turtle-esque. When in those sort of moments, I think the blessing for TUNA has been when they do just kind of play off for Zero and Obito being a little bit of a madman, you know? Kind of run with that style a bit more.
Absolutely. We're going to head this one over back to 2 fish. Their scales glisten in the sun. It's Maxman and Kalaris.
There it is. There it is. Another win on the board. Max, what are we supposed to do, man?
I don't know. We've said everything we can say about MADBULLS. There's nothing more to say except they do be doing the winning, and they do it well. They keep getting their points. Like I just checked right now. They must have built like a 50-point barrier for Phase 3 at this point, with an extra 20 points on board. I know we're talking about Gladiators being a really strong team. We're talking about Major Prides having this big pop-up potential, but MADBULLS' consistency is so scary to go up against Kalaris. And I'm really looking at PMGC points as like, oh, it was just a 1-point difference. Boom. Now I got like almost 20-point difference in one game. It's like, wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is an issue. This is becoming quite the issue for those teams. I mean, yes, we got the big 3, but one of them is really standing out right now, especially in these last couple of days. 9th through 16th, though, not many points going their way. VIRTUS.PRO with the 4 are able to get a little bit on the board here, despite no placement points. And unfortunately for Major Pride, wiped out down towards the south.
Poor KASIK team, though, also just getting chased down by Titan all the time. They didn't lose players there. They were taking a fight versus KONINA Power, but they still, unfortunately, they just don't have the opportunity to get those points on board. Otherwise, we had some interesting plays like KONINA Power trying to shoot down that gas can. a little bit too close for comfort, unfortunately. As we saw it, unfortunately, and me being the social guy, I'm probably going to have to meme it, so I'm sorry, KONINA Power, but it's going to happen. You can't escape it.
I think my favorite part of all that was me and you watching it in the back, and I said like a second before, go on, shoot the gas can. And then he does it. I'm like, oh, no.
I can take it.
Range.
I can take it. No, you can't take it.
That was an interesting choice. Yeah, unfortunate there. I understand why you want to clear it, though. You don't want people randomly shooting it or haphazardly a nade hitting it and then having a double explosion and then you absolutely dying. But anyways, it's by the by. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in as well from MADBULLS and TUNA, who TUNA looks visible now, Max, here in phase 3. It feels like something's they've had a slight change from phase 2 to phase 3 here. They're able to get to the late games and look quite formidable, even though Flique's off angle was absolutely impenetrable here against TUNA.
I mean, they had an amazing fight versus, who was it, Major Pride on the Southwest, right? They pushed it on, it was a 43, so they did have a little bit of the advantage in that engagement, but regardless, they still took it dominantly without losing a single player. The thing is, if it's against any other team, Kalaris, that would be an amazing play because then you get back in position, you take your spread, you apply control, you win the game. But there's MADBULLS.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
But there's MADBULLS, and that's what we can say, really, because they're just so quick. On the pivot, they hear something happening, they turn it to their advantage, and they get the win off the back of that. Almost 2.6k damage, 10 elims. What more is to be said about MADBULLS? We said it earlier. We said everything about this team. It's just they're so good.
I think the wild thing as well is if you look at Flique's kind of damage that he was able to put out, he actually didn't really have many eliminations, or maybe one at the end, but he was doing close to something like 800 damage in this game, which just shows that the huge amount of impact individual players can have, despite really not converting that to eliminations themselves, just all the other guys being able to finish that off as time went on and here. And I mean, using this terrain very much to their advantage, having the arsenal as well to be able to pull this off. MG3s on the board as well, which wasn't used too much because of those kind of mid-range sprays that we wanted to see here from the M4s, but still, just such a formidable, terrifying prospect to go up against them.
Yeah, didn't want to fish the TUNA with the MG3. The M4 was just enough at the end and able to get himself some great spray downs. And as you said, despite not getting too many elims, I think he got one, he was still putting so much damage and locking down pretty much Gladiators and then TUNA against the blue zone. So they had no breathing space to really try and put themselves on full display in that finishing moment. So not much they could really do. And another impressive game from MADBULLS, really. So quick to react at any kind of situation. And yeah, you can see it here. Flique just got himself that one elim at the end, and Noshi just get pushed up by Tulika. Okay, look, you got to look at it, especially in this game. A push from MADBULLS is scary by default, right, Kalaris?
Yeah.
They're pushing here with a monster truck. Okay, that's even worse. You're just running away at that point. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, terrifying to go up against the MADBULLS right now. I mean, they finished yesterday with a win, and now we're back here with them with a win as well. They're trying to do exactly what Gladiators did in the previous phase of just getting as many chicken dinners on the board as they possibly can in a short period of time. And I mean, is there going to be anyone to challenge them for the 20 points at the end of this phase? Because right now, they're looking absolutely scary.
Yeah, I mean, Zerich was the MVP 2 days in a row, by the way, for this third phase. And
true.
Zulika's already like, oh, you know what? It's got good stats where he could be actually contender for MVP of the day, but we still got 4 more matches, Kalaris. But as we said, they're consistent, so they might just keep popping off again and again and again. So
I mean, it does help, especially on Miramar, that we're getting these kind of east side finishes, right? And we're seeing them quite common compared to maybe other phases as they've kind of trickled down. And it does help that when they're actually taking positions on this east side, they're carving themselves quite a large chunk of land to be able to play from on that east side, and then being able to transition up the hills away from those compounds that are on that east embankment against the water. So they're very good about controlling the space over there.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they dropped Puerto Paraiso, right? So they know that terrain like the back of their hand. They're very efficient at using the terrain to their advantage. Though actually one part that I really enjoyed is during phase 2, I think it was, you had 2 teams going for wide rotate in the southern edge of the circle. It was TUNA and Major Pride. They clashed, and Major Pride, MADBULLS at the time instantly understand, okay, it's phase 2. We don't want to take that fight just yet. Let's go northeast. Gatekeep a few teams in the northern side of the circle, and then we can just carve even more space later on. But they just don't take fights. They don't make sense. And that's why you keep seeing them so good when it comes to reaching high survival time, is because they take fights to enable them to reach that late game a lot more consistently.
Yeah.
So that fight, Made no sense. Dodge it. Fight them at the late game and secure the chicken dinner. They are so good at taking fights where it makes the most sense, and that is why they're the most consistent team, because they very rarely take fights to just might cause them their demise in the early stage.
Well, I'm apprehensive about doing this, but yeah, let's take a look at the overalls, and it's
50 points.
Oh no, it truly is a 50-point lead right now here for MADBULLS. That's ridiculous here. Although that being said, Dagestan moves into 3rd place. Great for them to be able to take that spot, and TUNA into 6th after finding themselves some late games here. This is some differences from what we've seen in the previous phases.
Yeah, and of course in 7th place got SPG.
Oh yeah, they're there too.
54 points. Yeah, they're there too with our chicken dinner though. But we actually had some good presence yesterday. I think it was from Snowix. That actually was the top frag of the team, and I think he's in the top 10 fraggers of the entirety of Phase 3 so far. So good stuff from SPG. Still want to see more of like the newer players like Inaus or Alex are players that I would like to see a little bit more presence from. But so far they are doing decent. And as we go lower, Nexus got decent elims this game. Kalaris actually, they had some decent fights in the northern side, but transitioning against the spread of TUNA, the spread of MADBULLS is going to be tough, so I can't fault them for not getting placement points this game, but eliminations at least are coming on board.
Yep. Let's hope that they're able to push up a little bit further. Of course, as you kind of finish out this phase, you want to be at least getting top 12 before you can actually get onto that Livic match. That's very important as well here to try and get yourself that little extra bump up, even if it means an extra point or two going into the finals from the bonus point you're able to get here. That's fantastic. But beyond that, though, we'll be moving on to Sanhok in just a little bit's time. Again, it's kind of a bit of a shift here for Sanhok and how things play out, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Sanhok is going to be played out. Though I have telestration ready. Did I say I want to do my telestration?
You want to do that?
Yeah, I want to do it now. Production, show me to my predictions for my telestration. Thank you. Okay, I was like, it's ready. I'm like, I want to do it right now. So yeah, we're going to go back on this previous game that was just played, the MADBULLS Chicken Dinner on Miramar, and this is to showcase how reactive they are, how good they are at understanding a situation and turning the tides in their favor in just a matter of a few seconds. So here you can see. On the southern side, you got a very important clash that's happening. You got your Major Pride versus TUNA Esport. This is a fight that makes sense because TUNA were exuding a very massive split, so it was normal that Major Pride were going to fight TUNA eventually. But one good thing about this is that it makes a lot of noise, as you would expect. It's very visible for your likes of MADBULLS. So instantly, as TUNA Major Pride start to clash, look at MADBULLS instantly on the pivot, start sending themselves down on the southern edge, starting to get that split and to suffocate the entirety of TUNA against the blue zone so they can't get back into position to exude that split anymore. So there's not much to say because it's just such a simple aspect, but you rarely see teams be so quick to execute a game plan like MADBULLS that they hear that fight, 10 seconds later, Kalaris, they're in position and they're willing to blast against all of the other teams. So yeah, Tulika's position in particular in the southern edge, so important to really lock down TUNA against the blue. So it's a small detail, but I don't think any other team in Europe right now is as quick as MADBULLS to be on the pivot in those positions.
I mean, the way they're controlling that circle, they're basically controlling about 60% of that circle, which is insane, considering that there is still a lot of teams alive on that west side. They've cleared the east. They're kind of holding down that south. And then the ridge line that they're holding, looking into those fields west, it's so much control for quite a long time there beyond that. So, well, before we actually get into this Sanhok, it's a great opportunity, Max, for KASIK team because, of course, Titan is not playing in this Sanhok. So maybe they can actually get some decent points on the board for a Sanhok here and not have to deal with the extreme pressures of what's going on at the beginning of a Sanhok like that. But thank you very much, Max. It's time to head over to the commentators to bring you all the action. Once again, it's Jackie and Blank for the jungle. Let's go.
We've put away the machetes as we've already cut back the overgrowth, so we have a nice clear view of the jungle ahead of us, Blank. And like they said on the desk, no Titan, meaning KASIK team, finally get a drop spot where they don't lose all their players in one go.
So overall, this is great news for KASIK team.
It is good.
It is good news for KASIK team. I think I'm really happy to see them actually get towards this map, not have to deal with old Titans dropping on them. They might be a little bit afraid anyway. I'd like to see another team drop on Painan as well. That would be
banter.
That would be big banter. That would make me extremely pleased, but I don't think it's going to happen. Crossing my fingers though.
It would be the ultimate goof, though, for like one squad that's just been. Imagine if it was just MADBULLS out of nowhere, you know, and they're just like, "Hey guys, I mean, we could just go Painan."
It would be really funny. I don't think
timeline we're in. Yeah, unfortunately. Maybe we can go through the multiverse again. We'll find the timeline that contains KASIK up against either Gladiators or MADBULLS. That would be a fun one. But they've been given it for free, so they can actually loot. They can spread out and not have to worry about instantly being shot. Kind of feels like we've lost something here. A bit of magic's been taken away.
Like, I'm just putting my hand up to the air trying to grasp it, bring it back, but it's just not happening. Really boring start to our Sanhok, guys. So sorry. So sorry. But all these teams can get themselves into some nice positions. We're not doing something crazy right at the start here. MADBULLS will be just fighting off Athis, the cheeky man, throwing up the peace signs. Want to get his first elimination. I think this guy's mission is just to get his face in the first minute of the game every single time towards the left side of your screen. Fair play.
Hey, man, you've got to have a goal, you know? You've got to have something you're working towards. And if that's Athis' plan, I can support that. It's always nice to see PERMITTA pop up and give us something to root for, mate. Yeah, when they're dropping the peace signs. I think they've got one that's kind of like, I don't know if it's like the classic arms folded. Maybe it's like a jazz hands, I think I've seen. There's a few fun ones. They've got a couple of power poses down. They watched a bit of JoJo, you know, took the team photos and left it there.
Yeah, they're doing some practicing. There's a lot of practicing. Not a lot of PUBG mobiling, but a lot of posing.
A lot of posing. Yeah. Which I suppose at that point, you know, there's probably a balance, isn't there, really? Have we got our team poses down? Have we been practicing enough? Which one requires more time? I mean, look, that's a pretty good pose. That's like +5 on pose skill there.
I mean, they've certainly got themselves... Look at this. You've got the vape Nage coming through. This is great.
That's what I mean, man. They've been putting the effort in. Like, you know, they've distributed the skill points into poses, and I can take that. Hey, look, KASIK team looting, and they're not being shot at by Titan.
Oh, peaceful. So peaceful.
It's crazy. This is what it could be every game.
It would be fun to see KASIK get like a win now on Sanhok.
Yeah, imagine. That's all that's been holding them back. Like
just Titans. These stats just aren't. They're not what we should be seeing, okay? The stats don't show fully the big picture. Those stats should be like stats when Titans drop on KASIK team, stats when Titans don't drop on KASIK team. Those are the stats that would make sense to me. KONINA Power, on the other hand, I lost all faith in them yesterday. They betrayed me too many times. They had some good circles, and they should have performed from there.
You believe? I believe you said that. What was it? Your final statement was that you hate them now. So you known hater of KONINA Power blank here at this point.
I don't think that's exactly what I said, but I was quite
verbatim. He said, "I blank hate KONINA Power."
There was paraphrasing there. Okay.
You're taking this out of context.
There's a strong dislike.
Look, it was just frustration that they lost, all right?
Yeah, I know they can win on this map, though. It's the thing. They were good at Sanhok. They had the position. They let me down. So, for KONINA Power, I won't be predicting them, but I will be hoping and praying they can get themselves a good game here on Sanhok.
I won't be
on the backlines.
Won't be writing them on the paper, but I will be thinking potentially they can.
There'll be no belief.
No,
I will be
quantifiable belief.
I'll be sending happy thoughts.
Man, it's like you just playing all sides, so you still come out on top, you know? Next time we bump into them at an event, look, guys,
I hate them.
I never said hate.
I love them.
I never said hate. You know, it's all been blown out of proportion. Really just unlucky that you lost some of the games I predicted. That's all. That's where it ends.
I'm so glad that you won PMGC.
Yeah. Yeah, congratulations, guys. High fives all around.
Oh, dear me.
I mean, all
Hard
jokes
thing.
aside, though, bud, like, yeah, I do agree with you. KONINA Power have actually been looking pretty damn fun to watch recently. I think it's good because it's showing us sort of an upward trajectory from them where they are looking like on a few of these occasions, you know, we're like thimbles away from them being able to make a play that would win them some of these games, right? It just feels like they've been a little bit unlucky on occasion, and the odd snap-second decision-making where you're up against two squads at the same time is the difference of what's stopping them from being able to push it far enough. But, you know, those aren't sustainable, Blank. The things that they can control, they've been doing a good job of. You know, anything that's up to them, they've been putting their best foot forward. It's just the nature of PUBG Mobile, mate. You know, not everything you can prepare for. A lot of unknown quantities.
It was unfortunate yesterday. I think back through, sadly, with him running down in towards the blue. Don't think it was necessary. And I genuinely do think if that didn't happen, they potentially might have got like a top 3 off the back of that quite easily. It was a case of Beck just goes forward and the team's like, right, well, we have to assist now.
We've got to do something.
Yeah. It's the same problem Titans have, right? It's like, you know, Old Boy goes in, we have to assist. It's only right of us, but it's probably going to lose us the game. And I think you have to do stupid together. And I'm glad that there is a lot of teams that are willing to do stupid together. There's far too many times where they'll just let a player go off and they'll die, and then you're down to 3. Same thing can happen again. You're down to 2. I'm glad in PMPL EU there is this like stubbornness of like although this is bad, we will do it together. We will be bad as a team until we are good. And that's what Gladiators kind of did in phase 2, right?
Yeah, it's like that genuinely is like a legitimate way to approach things, though. I remember like any IGL I played under years ago in various other games, you know, it was the fact that you would always basically be told, like, look, even if it's the wrong plan, if we all stick to the call, if we all do it together, it has a way higher chance of working. So just believe in it. And some of these teams really have been kind of taking that, you know, as far as they possibly can. Like you were saying, with KONINA Power, with Titan, they're one of those squads that will just kind of be like, all right, yeah, I mean, let's commit. And as long as all 4 of you commit, it's going to be way easier than the chance that, you know, you fragment, you split, things start to go wrong, you're between 2 minds. I think it is just kind of, you know, pick one, stick to that lane, and see it through. Even if it does start to get a bit bumpy, Blank, you know, you gotta believe in those decisions you make.
Believe those seatbelts will keep you on the right course. Talking about course, though, let's have a look where the circle has ended up towards the center of the map. Been a while since we've seen something like this before, Jackie. Over towards boot camp. Yesterday, we did have a far, far northwest circle up towards the warehouses between the north side of boot camp and the south side. On our screen's got Dark Project versus Dagestan already going terribly, terribly wrong for Dark Project, and they're done.
Well, Dark Project have evaporated quite quickly. Not
15
ideal.
Takeems remaining.
Mate, good for you. Good few teams left to work our way through on this one. It's only the second game of the day here, if you're just joining us as well. It's an interesting day. You get the double Miramar, the double Sanhok, just the one Erangel is a tasty treat, I believe, towards the mid portion.
Ooh.
So a lot to look forward to today. Shockwave, though, amongst the thick of it with NEXUS here. Termina's terminating the first man he sees. Ooh, eating bullets, though. Thought he was safe, tucked in behind a rock on the off angle with a cover. Not looking too good now. Has to force out the heal. They've kind of given him a bit of timing on this one, though, Blank, and he's got back up now. This could go quite south for NEXUS quickly unless they hit their shots.
Gorgeous angle from EXO. Providing a lot of support, forcing them down over towards Doran, but so many DBSs on Shockwave. Difficult to contend with. Doran just running around the side, baiting him into these nades over and over again. Terminus feeling very much worse for wear. Doran as well, though, but Terminus finally goes down. That's from EXO again, off in the distance, doing his job. Lovely to see.
And this is great. Doran's dealt with the up close and personal, with everyone else applying so much pressure to the rest of the squad that now they've got to deviate from the master plan. They've got to back up because half of them are down on the ground as well. That's the worst bit for Shockwave. Every kind of blessing you had going into this has slowly but surely been whittled away from you. And now you're kind of just playing the numbers game of, all right, let them rotate in, let them take the fights onto the players that have been knocked. I'll try and just make a last second surprise play. Instead, you're found anyway. So Shockwave absolutely manhandled there. NEXUS showing good contact plays off one another. Nice comms and nice shots.
Yeah, honestly, that fight is And we saw a lot of Doran, we saw a lot of Kapahala as well as Redux, but realistically, you have to hand that fight over towards EXO. We didn't see his POV very much, but he was being so influential over towards that cliffside. Crazy stuff. Here's KONINA Power. This is how it went so horribly wrong for Dark Projects. We thought it was all Dagestan all day, but no, it was my favorite team, KONINA Power. Put up some huge numbers there on the game.
I like the idea. You ever seen those little bears or like little jellyfish that you can rotate inside out, like the plushy kind, and they go from being either sad to happy?
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine one of those, but it's just your face, and depending on how KONINA Power do, you invert it, and it's like really upset, or you put it the normal way, and it's like super happy. We could put you on a horse body. That could tie into the branding, like a minotaur.
Yeah.
Avatar.
Isn't that like a bull, though? You're looking like Centaur, right?
Maybe. Well, MADBULLS, you could claim that you're a MADBULLS fan as well. We can pivot. It depends. It doesn't have to be a horse.
Yeah, okay.
Blank.
I was going to do like I was going to say the cross between a Minotaur and a Centaur, but that's really hard.
Cross between a Minotaur and a Centaur. Wouldn't that just be a horse with a bull's head?
Yeah, but what would it be called?
Boss.
Boss.
Deploy the boss. Oh, God. Imagine it comes running at you, mate.
I'd be terrified. I would be having the worst time ever. As our Major Pride right now, really not going too well for them, Jackie, at the moment. Last game getting picked to pieces by TUNA, and then finally finished off by TUNA again. It is horrific. They ran into their worst enemy twice in a row. Gladiators currently sending them off this top side. I think they've taken one player off them, so now I'll have to start moving away. This is great for Gladiators. It's great news for Nexus and Gladiators. I'm so happy to see both of these teams in the circle, living their best lives. My only issue is for Nexus, right?
Okay.
This happens for them when the circle is close enough towards Cow. They'll be like, it's reasonable distance to travel to get into the circle. Circle moves any further down towards the south, they just go, well, it's impossible. It's too far. Can't do it.
It's like, I'm never going to make it. Physically, like, time's up. It's just, no, I know what you mean. I know that feeling. It's
but
like
this is successful, right? This is successful. Let's do this more often.
Yeah. It's crazy as well, because it's like we're seeing so many changes that I think if like this was a week ago, we would have been blown away. We're like, all right, Nexus actually in the zone.
What?
But like, yeah, it's just one of those where it's like a little bit more. Like there's like 5% more adjustment that needs to be made, and it feels like if they're hitting their shots, if they're on form, which sometimes they really do deliver on, and I think we've been massively impressed by it, they would be such an exciting squad to watch. I think we're watching kind of the formation of a new Nexus. If they keep this up for a while, Blank, they can fix some of the small issues that they have right now. I just hope we start to see it, because it feels like they're an exciting squad. This is one of the teams that I think longevity-wise, I'm interested to see where they go next year. It's one of those teams that you hope stick together, even if you don't have the best run of it towards the end of this season. You know what? Like, still, the optics of it bode well.
Yeah, Nexus have found themselves a really nice team. Major Pride, MADBULLS attempt to get in towards the circle. This is from the southwest and run into both Gladiators as well as MADBULLS. I think MADBULLS have rocked up with Frozen Paw and the nade, the pin immediately, looking over towards Gladiators, and Tixie already picks up Zerich off the distance. They're like, well, fight's over for us. Let's move out of here, try and get further forward. Gladiators had already sent Major Pride over towards this ridge side earlier on, so yeah, just a really tough rotation there for MADBULLS. Overall, and with KASIK team not being locked down in Painan, there's another team to have to rotate past here. You can see them on your screen. Actually making their way into the circle now. Come on, KASIK. Please win on Sanhok. Bring the story full circle. It's all we ask. But talking about the circles, it is heading over towards that eastern side. So really quite difficult for some of these guys on the western edge. For Gladiators, they're going to have to fight through a couple of teams here. But KASIK already just crashing straight in towards PERMITTA Esports, clearing out the south side.
Normally forced into a clash of the Titans early. Instead, here, they're not permitting PERMITTA to stay alive as they punish them inside of the housing. Looking to clean up on this one. relatively easy for them so far, actually. Not much of a defense put up by PERMITTA. Little bits of chip damage, sure, but in the grand scheme of things, they're able to find their way through this one quite easily. Even trapping Rogo inside of the blue, knows that he's got to make some sort of heads-up play, peeks out and just gets absolutely swatted out of the air. So he's gone. KASIK team, that was pretty crisp. This is what you want to see. Now they could move into the zone as well. They've got a bit of a rotation to make, but they've got vehicles and they've got a compound ahead of them. So they're going to be pretty happy with this.
It's a gorgeous compound as well to play around with. Gladiators ripped to pieces by
Didn't
VULGAR.
expect them to just dismantle them that quickly. You saw it on the Elim feed, but it's like, yeah, surely this will calm down a bit, right?
Yeah, I thought that the simmer was just going to stop boiling, but no, he just went straight up towards 9 on the old convection hob. Not good at all. SBG looking down towards NEXUS right now as they attempt to make their way into the circle. But NEXUS already was able to pick up one of the players in Narvalo in the backside. I think that Narvalo currently the best player on the squad. Sanhok has done his best. And I think Sanhok is definitely very, very strong, but Narvalo just, he has everything to him, right? He's got all the medals, he's got all the accolades, he's got all the experience, a true veteran of the game. And I think Sanhok is still just learning little bits and pieces from him. Mechanically, he's there. He is there. But I think in terms of just overall game knowledge and skill, that definitely leaves so much desired towards Narvalo's side. So him going down, it feels like SBG sort of just crumble at that point. Circle moves down towards the south side. KASIK are still flying in. They're over towards the east now, looking to take down Dagestan.
This is huge, by the way. I'm living for this. We keep getting Foopsman pop-ups because he's just getting so many highlights right now, Blank. He's finding Elims left, right, and center. He's dealing a boatload of damage and just looking stylish as ever. Foopsman is an icon of our generation, and it's fun to see him play well. Here, though, SBG in Snowix. What has he got in store for us? He is the last man left, so it's just about trying to take as many players down with you as you physically can here and make it uncomfortable for NEXUS, it seems, as they're the ones that have ran into him. Playing from behind the rock with limited cover to work with, but look who's arrived on the scene, Furia, with the pin pulled. Oh, he doesn't miss a beat with the nades, does he? And he keeps going by the beat of his own drum. Back in with the Molotov to have a little bit more fun on this one. You do like to see MUERTE, and clearly Kalaris and Max do as well, fancying their chances to take this one.
I really believe KONINA Power. I'm confident they're going to win this game. I'm confident. I've never been more confident in my entire life. But MUERTE are a bit scary. But KONINA Power, though, the boss running at you.
The boss!
The boss coming in hot. They will have to fend off versus KASIK team, but they're down the hill. No problem. Slap them out of the way. Take the game under control.
Will the boss withstand the test of time? Or will it be the bunny rabbit of VULGAR boys? As Foopsman has been playing a blinder of a game. He's been absolutely hitting corker after corker. Here, Dakami, though, closing the gap and looking for the up-close assault. Unfortunately for him, he's been knocked, and he's able to get the last-second Elim onto that one as well. So makes it a little bit harder for VULGAR boys now. They were having a good run of things, but now they're down to just a duo. So their numbers thin from 3 to 2. MUERTE suffering a similar sort of fate here as well, as they are eating a 4-course meal, but all of those courses are bullets.
Does calm down just a little bit, looking to get over towards Haze, but KASIK team, they've taken this opportunity. They're coming in from the backside. They're up the hill. And KONINA Power, I think they've completely forgotten about this. They need to turn around. Confidence is through the roof right now for KONINA Power. They have to win this.
Channeling the power of Boss. Horse guard inside them, but it's not going well. The legs are broken. The wheels are turning. And KASIK team, they're looking to take control of the situation here. Nade after nade being rained down on top of them. You don't need a mortar when you've got English on your team.
This guy is actually hitting some really nice ones. Becker, though, up front and personal. Look to get the cheeky pick off at the start here. Furia also engaged in the action alongside with KASIK team. Doesn't want to show his face. Currently in the bush, but Unicorn puts a stop to that immediately. will take down the big lad from MUERTE. Becker attempted to find something, but in the meantime, KASIK team been able to find their way over towards a little bit of high ground. Luckily for KONINA Power, the Nameless are also holding on towards this spot.
This is looking uncomfortable. The bird's eye perspective really giving you an idea of how tight this one's going to be between the spacing on all of our teams. And again, the assault comes out. This time it's the Nameless, though, as they're putting the pressure on KASIK team, acting like Titan in a situation like this, making them feel uncomfortable. They have to play from behind the rock. Beast closing the gap, goes for the flank play, looking to go in aggressive on this one. Unicorn needs to hit the shots here, can't afford to miss a beat. Struggling though as they bypass him, jumping over the top. They unleash onto him and snatch it away. KASIK team finally going down as they crumble alongside VULGAR boys and KONINA Power. At the end they're getting blown to bits, meaning it's the Nameless, MADBULLS and Alpha. The Nameless head and shoulders above the rest when it comes to the battle of attrition as well, with a full squad up against just solos.
Right then. Yeah, well, KONINA Power, just not enough power, really, at the end of the day.
KONINA out of power.
KONINA out of power. Powering down KONINA Power. Never predicted them again. That was horrible.
Back to hatred.
Back to hatred. But the Nameless, strong position over towards that northern side. They just wandered down. Great timing on their third parties too. Very much necessary. I see we don't talk about all that often. About to get one of their first chicken dinners on the board here. Just tossing some nades down from Madagod. I do feel like this is one of those circles though with Reflect and Frozen. I hate to say it, but there is a chance. I'm telling you, there's a chance.
You can never count these players out. Reflect, at times, mechanical skill, it's in his stride. Frozen as well. If you give him an opportunity to get into a good angle, if they don't flush him out early, it's going to be a real problem. Ooh, blank. You might have sold them down the river with the first, as Reflect's able to strike. Now then, it all falls onto Frozen.
Hey, he's taking such a nice wrap against him as well. Look at this. He's got the side swipe. We will have to hit something soon, though, Jackie, because the blue encloses now. Last circle here. MADBULLS. Can they get a back-to-back at the start of the day? Solo, 1 versus 3. Knows his nade has to be good. Harler down the hill. It's not to be.
No, tried his best on that one, but an uncomfortable situation to be left in so it doesn't go the way of the Bulls. But that means, for what feels like one of the very few times, we not only get to see the Nameless make it all the way towards the end zone, no, they also take themselves a chicken dinner as well.
Great game from the Nameless. Good third parties, strong position. You know, it was a nice place for them in the circle. However, KASIK team, far in the game there. Far in the game. Ooh, imagine if they weren't dropped on every single game on Sanhok. Well, that's their one game that it gets to happen. Now we're going to go back to the old Titan Gaming and KASIK team in their locked arm contest here, going for the arm wrestling. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I think we saw some good signs, though, like you're saying, right? We kind of get to see a little bit more of that storyline now that we've been building with KASIK and Titan when they're not going head-to-head. And overall, I think this still further pushes the idea that a lot of the squads that potentially weren't delivering in some of the first few playdays, first few weeks, are now getting a bit of an upwards draft, Blank. So I'm living for it, mate. It goes to show just how competitive these lobbies are.
Absolutely, dude. And we'll head over to a quick commercial break right now, but we'll be back very shortly, so don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Yes, the shake-up. We've got ourselves the Nameless getting themselves the victory. I'm a happy boy, Max, because it was becoming a little bit ridiculous in this tournament.
Yes, a little bit too much, but MADBULLS keep getting away with it, Kalaris. What's going on? They're just down to Frozen, like, oh, we'll just go for one compound, and the circle keeps centering. Oh, well, not even a compound, it's a sniper tower, and just keeps centering on top of them. And they get themselves a second place off the back of that. But good on the Nameless. They got a compound. The circle kept going their way. They pushed against KONINA Power. Good stuff to see a team get their second chicken dinner of the whole tournament. Good job.
Not bad at all. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from that game and see how they all stack up. It's very Sanhok numbers. Although VULGAR boys, whew, 11 elims on their side. KASIK team with Titan not here. 9 elims, Max. What?
I was talking about it during the game, Kalaris. I really think KASIK team need to change their drop, like especially for the finals. Otherwise, that will cause their demise, because you're not going to have that roster to swap all the time with the groups changes in the finals. You're going to have the same 16 teams, and KASIK team do not want that to happen for a third of their total matches. So good on them to get 9 eliminations on board. No fighting in the early stage has been working wonders for them. Though NEXUS, again, we see it happen so many times, Kalaris, in this phase. Strong in eliminations, 8 total. No placement points almost. So good on them, because those eliminations are really helping out. But when it comes to qualifying for the championships, we need to see them making it further in these matches.
Yeah. All in general, so many results really going the way of some of the underdogs here for this one. Very happy to see it as we've got down towards the bottom here. Look at that. Gladiators and Major Pride down here. This is fine by me. I'm not against it. Dagestan down here. I'm not against it. Just because, you know, I'm Brit and I like to root for the underdogs, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fun to see that there are some teams that are able to shine and sparkle at the top. So cool to see a little bit of a difference here with the Nameless. Though still, I actually was looking at the teams that have yet to get a chicken dinner. SHOCKWAVE has yet to get a chicken dinner this entire tournament, which is impressive. Like, we saw what they could do back in spring. They had good moments. And the fact that after almost 3 phases, they have not got themselves a single win. The French, what's happening? I'm not sure.
I like how you describe it as impressive, and I'm like, yeah, impressively bad. Like, but I'm also slightly surprised, right? Like, considering the names on that roster and considering that there have been moments in those previous phases where they not only got wins, but they got big wins, right? So anyway, well, I mean, we'll see if it comes to fruition. Obviously falling by the wayside after this amount of games, this amount of phases, it's definitely not ideal. But I suppose the future can always look brighter.
It could. Maybe not now, maybe not this season, maybe not this year, but maybe at some point. We'll see. The Nameless looking at their overall 6 elimination on board. They got themselves a good compound. They got them circle. They got themselves a good chicken dinner, Kalaris, which I'm glad to see, especially with a player like Beast. This is very experienced. I feel like because of his background, I was expecting him to do a little bit better with his team this season. It's been tough, but the Foopsening, it's happening, Kalaris. He's doing real good this game versus Gladiators. How are
2 of Matt Jackie's favorite players here in Foopsman and English able to really kind of rock the board for the whole game as it did play out. The one thing that was interesting, though, I will say, beyond these 2 players, whilst we take a look at the highlights, that for the Nameless, their compound actually causes so much chaos on the edge plays, right? If you're thinking about strong positions that could potentially push up against that compound, there's almost non-existent locations. You're thinking about the north side where MUERTE is. No, they can't push up against that compound, so they have to make weird wraps and stuff like that. It creates so much oppression in the circle that not many teams could play around.
Yeah, I mean, everyone like SBG, NEXUS, MUERTE, KONINA Power could not get even remotely close to that position because, as you said, it caused so much chaos for the teams around it. And the thing is, all the teams north were dead. All the teams over to the east side were dead. Then they had that high ground position against the remnants of Alpha Team, the remnants of also MADBULLS. So it was just going to be very easy for them to secure that win when they were playing off of that high ground, especially this strong fight versus KASIK team. Really good clear from the entire squad. But then, yeah, they just have the high ground, they split up, get the angles. A little bit overzealous from Beast, I do have to say, because it is Sanhok. You are going to have snakes in the grass at some point.
Oh, yeah.
But they do make it up as a 3-man against Frozen. And still a second place for MADBULLS. But yeah, and VULGAR boys, talking about them here on the stats, like they've been popping off this match. 11 eliminations and clearing Gladiators that we criticize for maybe being a bit slow. But VULGAR boys, they get these one pop-off games every once in a while, which I love to see, really.
They're looking so much better in their attempt at fighting, which is a great start for them, right? I mean, all things considered, there was a world where I'd written them off completely, like in terms of them trying to challenge for the top spots, but Phase 3's come along and it feels like they've changed gears a little bit, Max, and I can't quite put my finger on how or why, but they are able to shoot a lot better.
Yeah, it seemed like the entire team has leveled up. I think Dakimi has been looking a bit more impressive, and they're just playing a lot more closer packed. Before, they would like to go for these wacky splits, and they would get punished for it really easily. Here, they're just playing closer together, and they like to play edge, and teams that tend to rotate a bit slow will be punished by that. I think Gladiators, we criticize them as being slow to leave the Northern Western Island, and if it's not on their island where it finishes, they tend to not survive really long in this Sanhok game, and VULGAR boys just playing the edge. If they get crashed, they actually now, after, what, 4 or 5 weeks of training now, have been able to put up good fights against the top squads. So yeah, they're becoming scary, and they're learning, it seems, every single phase and becoming a stronger team every step of the way.
Well, let's check in with the overalls then and see, I suppose, has that gap of 50 points even increased? And yes, it has. MADBULLS continues to just rocket up at the top here. Beyond that, though, KASIK team jumps into 7th with the points that they're able to accrue.
Yeah, sorry, I need to go back on MADBULLS. Like 4 chicken dinners and then just 1-1. Come on, what's going on? It's so insanely top. It's not just top heavy, it's top 1 heavy right now.
They're almost doubling the points of anybody close to them. That's kind of ridiculous.
They're going to get there. Like, you know, they're going to get there eventually, because he thought, oh, they're not going to get the points, but they still get there. They're on the second page to MUERTE. A little bit of a slip. It was a tough game there, fair to say, because you stated the compound of the Nameless. It was not going to be an easy rotation path for the likes of the MUERTE. They tried to go for the wide wrap into KASIK team KONINA Power, but it didn't quite work out in the end of the day. But you've got to trust the process for MUERTE. They will get back on board.
All right, well, if there's any consolation for these teams, MADBULLS is not playing this game. So, as we get on to Erangel now... Yeah, I mean, KASIK is able to do it in the previous one with Titan not there, so let's see if the rest of the lobby could do it with MADBULLS not here. Let's head over to Jackie and Blank for all the action from Erangel.
Hey, we've made it to the mid portion, which means we get our Erangel. And honestly, I think this will actually be a really exciting one. Middle game of the day, Blank. Everyone's going to be amped up. We're out there in the grassy pastures. We're getting to roam around, see the lay of the land. I think this has got to be a banger, surely. A slobber knocker of a game, I'm predicting here.
Huge money on the board right now for some of these teams. Dagestan, 3rd place. Yes, please. We'll be playing this match, though, unfortunately. KASIK team also out. The Nameless not playing after their big win. They can take a little break, a little breather, knowing that they got themselves the chicken dinner. The Nameless also, by the way, 20 points on the board. Was that all their 20 points from that one game?
Just from that one game?
There's no way. There's no shot.
I could see it. I could see it, honestly.
Ooh, that is painful. Either way, good job. Hats off to them. Well done. Gladiators, I want to see a good game from them. This is the team that I would like to get some big money points over on this match. The big names aren't playing here. They're going to really stop them slowing down. MADBULLS currently are just boshing out of control. Zerich with 5,500 damage total. Oh, bloody hell.
Man, Zerich is just so insane. Like, it's crazy the amount of shots we've seen him hit, just making it rain again and again and again on anyone that wants to peek into him. There you go, again, always showing up in the top stats. Nice to show that him and Fleek are being able to play in the same roster, but also compete against one another, it feels like, for most eliminations, most knocks, always just looking so damn sick with it.
Yeah, it's gorgeous stuff right now. Eastern playing path, once again, we're back in the water, Jackie. We're always in the water. When are we not at this point in time? With most teams in a fairly decent position to get towards it. I think most teams are dropping out towards this eastern side of Alpha, VIRTUS.PRO, PERMITTA Esports. MUERTE should be fairly happy with this kind of drop too. A Dark Project back to their old antics towards Yaz and Naya, with SBG currently dropping towards them. SBG should be very used to this by now. Another team that I'd like to see do well on this kind of circle. But NEXUS, this is an interesting drop from them up towards Kameshki Stalbert. The split there, rather going down towards MUERTE Power. That would have left them very vulnerable to teams holding them out, considering no one has to move. A lot of times, MUERTE Power, Mini MUERTE, those are great positions when you can leave them late, and a lot of teams are already out of the way by the time you do make that exit. So for them being in Kameshki style, it'll give them a little bit more breathing room on their rotations, which is always nice to see.
Oh, this could have been a nightmare. Foops man was just doing the Australian classic. He was sat on the rock just waiting for a mate, and eventually he's been picked up by the boys. So No Mercy Warriors couldn't swoop onto that one to steal away the Foops whilst he was left on his lonesome. So no early dramas, all still sound in Camp VULGAR. Meanwhile, we get a bit of an establishing shot as well, showing where SBG have found themselves close towards Dark Project. Dark Project been a bit hit and miss today again. It feels like they've been really unlucky in a few of their situations. Some of the bigger names on the side haven't really had a chance to flex any of their muscles. SBG, it feels like they've been bounced back and forth, you know, equivalent maybe to a ping pong ball in some of the fights we've seen them go through. It's had a good start, but some rough finishes. So for the big old gorillas, can they find anything else going into this one here on Erangel? That'd be a question. For Dark Project, where's the bar going to fall? What sort of consistency are we seeing for today? Because right now it feels a little bit slow, not as lively as I was hoping for.
Yeah, tiny bit. And again, this is what you want to see is a little bit more out of the team. We discussed the problems that they're having yesterday. I'm sure they're still here with us. And again, it's the case that there still needs to be a little bit of rebuilding in terms of the team for these guys, or in terms of just their playstyle and what roles they're taking up. That'll happen in the future. For Dark Project, we're just going to continue going ahead. I mean, last season they had some really strong players on side. They've been picked up down towards VIRTUS.PRO, also having a good time of it. Weight on that team alongside Elementrix from ARR, who also was a fantastic player. So I think VIRTUS.PRO kind of stole away some of the best players from Dark Project. Again, they found success off the back of it though, and that is all about just team rebuilding, finding players to fit into a squad that's going to work in the long run. And I think the VIRTUS.PRO's found a bit of a winner there. They just need more time in the game, more experience. I mean, MADBULLS, Gladiators, Major Pride, these are all teams that have had a huge amount of time to build up experience, build up that team synergy.
This just looks like a wacky warehouse in front of us at the minute, in terms of taking this compound floor by floor and trying to force PERMITTA out of it. Been an awkward battle up to this point. Bit of a roam coming in as well from SBG if they actually do want to swoop in on this one. Seems like they're eyeing it up like a magpie, looking at a worm, thinking, do we go down on this one? Just swoop in, see if we can steal it away from them. They've got the lay of the land, but Alpha also have a similar sort of idea here, just taking a cheeky peek down from the ridge side and getting an overview of where exactly these squads are. So a lot of hustling and bustling going on. If Afis wants to be saved by his teammates, it's going to be a bit rough on the old timing, and everyone else is right here to go for the maneuver. This will instigate the peak from Dark Project, and then the dominoes should slowly start the fall. Oh, Alpha finding it there to deny Afis being saved.
I did find that really sad for Athis though, because they were all throwing nades over towards that rooftop, assuming he was still knocked up there. In the meantime, he's dropped off the roof. He's crawled about 200 meters towards his teammates in the field. I feel like they could have sent in the old Saving Private Ryan play there, potentially got him up. It was just a little bit too little too late. And he was just calling, guys, I'm out of there, I'm free. I've got down the hill. I've done a roly-poly, please help me. But it's not to be. And PERMITTA will lose Athis at the start of the day, so no more peace signs. No more peace and love in this lobby. Only fighting from here forward.
Yeah, the peace is gone. Taken away when Afis was removed from the equation. So like you're saying, just aggression across the battlefield now going to be left for most of our squads to bring to the table. I suppose interesting storylines, of course, as well, is the fact that, like we were saying back on the desk, and like we established coming into this, there is no MADBULLS. The Bulls have been contained, they're kept in the pen, so there's so much more room for a few of the squads you're seeing on your screens. Major Pride, Gladiators here that are starting to make their rotation to be able to get a few points, squeeze something out of this one, and see just how far they can take it. Because, you know, this really is prime time opportunity now. You're on Erangel, bread and butter map for a few of these squads. You've got to grab it with both hands and run away with things. Gladiators, namely, I feel like really do need to take this one in their stride here. They've been having some blinding games. Individually, they've been looking so much better. Honestly, Blank, given it, you know, sort of any given situation, Meku, Matic, Tixi, it feels like any one of them can pick up the baton and go on to make a 1v2, a 1v3, some sort of crazy play. The skill level on this team right now looks through the roof, so they just need to squeeze out some more points, get a bit more out of this.
Yeah, it's always crazy because it did always feel like Matic and Tixi were sort of the pop-off players on the team. You had Kitsune, great IGL, Meku, who was also on that side angle. We've learned a little bit more about them now, knowing that Matic also makes some strong calls to teams at the same time. You know, having two shot callers is always better than one, especially in a situation where you're playing a split. Having two players to discuss, make those plans on the fly is great news. But yeah, you're right. We're now starting to see Meku taking a bit more control of these games. Kitsune also really leveling up his gun skill in terms of gameplay. It's nice to see. I think Gladiators are probably one of the fan favorites within the lobby. Just a lovely team in general. Everyone on that side are just really nice people. I mean, the amount of times I've seen them at events, you know, being able to have a nice chat with them as well. Kitsune, a real bosh fella. But yeah, you kind of do want them to succeed just from everything that surrounds them, for how long they've been playing the game. The team that's been together probably the longest within PMPL EU. It's lovely to see. Again, they are just kicking the Nitro into full effect here as they send towards a lobby. But you're right, Major Pride, big game for them, big match for them, considering that MADBULLS have just extended that lead in terms of PMGC points so much. Heading back towards this fight at the moment towards Heaven's side, as Nays just pour in from SBG, will remove the remaining players from Dark Project. Very comfy little engagement there for SBG. Really didn't have to do too much other than send in about 1 million grenades. But that'll do the trick.
Hey man, if you can hit the mark with the pins pulled, you'll be laughing all the way to the bank. And that's just what they do on that one. Clear out the compound in seconds with the detonation being felt throughout the building there. So, shutting down Dark Project and removing them as our first full squad to fall, going out in 16th place here in our third battleground of the day on Erangel. So SBG have a bit of room to flex the muscles. They know that there were squads close by though. You had Alpha right on top of them at one given point. Alpha now forced into a bit of a clash versus Gladiators, it seems, as they were caught head on during their rotation. Eaten so many bullets, but at least been able to deviate back up towards the tree line and keep themselves safe for now. You're in a bit of a divot here as well. Gladiators somewhat exposed from many different angles with the squads that are encompassing them. At least you've got cover to work with and the vehicles for the getaway. Good utility on most of these players as well in terms of the stims and defensive utility. But even then, for Gladiators, this feels like one of these situations that could get out of hand a bit quickly if we see teams feeling confident, feeling like they want to instigate a fight from this. Titan, meanwhile, finding an opportunity to backstab there onto MUERTE as one of the players will be knocked.
Yeah, Milky Way getting fully flushed out as well. I think for Gladiators, in a bit of a doozy right now, but I think that when I look at them, the major problem I see is that they'll take a strong central position, right? But from there, that's where things start to go wrong, because they haven't taken enough fights in that early game to fully resupply, to fully get all those meds on board, to get the plethora of grenades in the pocket, as well as those bullets and ammo. And I think that really does hurt them in the long run. So I appreciate they just jump out there, try and take shots over towards Alpha, try and cut them off on their rotation. That could have been fantastic. The spray seemed pretty on point, but they don't find the knock, which is the important thing for Gladiators now. After not being able to find that initial knock, start to carve away into the circle, away from a team that's already got themselves a position here. Yeah, that's where things start to get a little bit hard for Gladiators, because they're most likely stuck now in this spot. Respect that we are seeing a couple of their players towards the backside on the west, looking over towards No Mercy Warriors. KONINA Power also trying to make their way in. Unicorns of Love opting to head down towards MUERTE Power. Let's check in with the original MUERTE Power team though, Jackie, and that's NEXUS. Currently on the barest edge of the circle, on that north side. We want to see them get a little bit further in. This is a very reasonable circle to find themselves with a strong position in. And with MUERTE ahead of them down towards that south side, already losing a player, there's a good chance for them to take that engagement.
And it'd be sick to see if NEXUS can really start to make something out of these games for themselves, push themselves even further. We've been impressed with the changes we have been seeing. You just want to see how far they can take it. Replay there from SBG's take that was quite easy. The nades doing all the work for them. Now we join them on their rotation close by SHOCKWAVE, as they might have a bit of a scrap coming their way. SHOCKWAVE able to get the lay of the land and breeze out of there at least, so creating some space between the two teams, space that isn't really an option here for an awful lot of our squads. You can see the forest is absolutely chock-a-block right now, with 4 or 5 different squads all on top of each other with a limited amount of spacing between them as we keep on rolling through these. KONINA Power here. They're making the move over. You've got No Mercy Warriors right on top of them, actually. So they dive out of the vehicles and do look to instigate the fight. Meanwhile, VIRTUS.PRO start a similar kind of battle up against Gladiators. And it seems like they've got the initial knockoff there as well. So good start for VP, finding the right foot.
Yeah, it's a nice start for VP indeed. I mean, they're over towards our eastern side. The Gladiators try to get a little bit too close. I think that the Gladiators are able to get themselves back up to full 4 squad. No, they do in fact lose a player. In the meantime, NEXUS, they send in. The boys from SHOCKWAVE are just falling from the sky. Wagnerzada finds another one over towards Redux. Fantastic start there, but it's not to be. Despite them raining men down towards NEXUS, they still cannot finish off that engagement. But yeah, I mean, if I was in that situation, my vehicle flips, I start descending from the sky, no parachute, I think I would have just died instantaneously. So it's impressive they're able to put up some kind of a fight there, Jackie.
Yeah, keep level heads even in pretty awful situations to deal with. And that alone is impressive enough. Bodes well. Goes to show there's definitely something to write home about for this squad. Titan, though, commanding respect in the Elim feed as they're able to battle back versus SBG. Also, the arrival of VULGAR on the scene adds insult to injury on this one and keeps it going, peppering bullets into them. All 4 alive for VULGAR at the minute. Just choosing when they want to try and stick in the scalpel, only given these third parties now and then to execute off the back of. Nice spacing as well. I mean, Titan are relatively further back, so shouldn't be much of a room for them to swoop down onto them. SBG, what remains of it at least, the last 2 players, hop in the vehicle and opt for the quick getaway, but they bypass through the area that Icy's holding, and he does not miss a beat.
Yeah, man, Titan's such a weird team in the sense that you will just see them hit some unbelievable shots. Icy will start really raining down hell upon you, and then stuff like this will happen, where you're out in the open, you're getting your vehicle, you do not really have an idea of what's happening, and you're not isolating angles. So now, Icy has a big task in front of them, because they've got to save Old Boy again.
Recover Old Boy. The classic mission that Titan have been through many, many times. Old Boy, though, his HP dropping rapidly as bullets are being fired his way. Might make the recovery mission an awful lot harder. Meanwhile, you got the push up here from MUERTE. Smoke's down, no pre-fire into it, though. There's an opt to see if they can get a bit lucky on the connection. So Old Boy might have just been able to starve off Def on this one as they do get him back up and kicking. And quickly go for the rotate out. Furia, though, watching it like a hawk, strikes back. So Old Boy back down onto his last legs.
Whoa, hello, PERMITTA. What's going on here? He just stayed in the car as well. Rogo, sick of it, didn't even want to get out. But yeah, with Furia taking that gorgeous off angle over towards the northwest side, able to find Old Boy once again. But in the meantime, PERMITTA just flies in over towards MUERTE. And now NEXUS looking to pick up the pieces. Top of the car, it's Malloy. It's not enough. Doran, he is also sick of it right now. NEXUS, they're in the circle. They're looking to prowl. They find the eliminations where they can. And Titan's back up to 4. Old Boy, don't do it to him, Doran.
Oh, he tried his best. Wondering if we were going to see the Old Boy re-knock time and time again. Maybe that's Furia's area of expertise, though, as he's flanking up. He's really closing the gap on him. Icy seems like he's got a bit of an inkling on this one, turning his focus back round and actually hits it as well. And on the money, hitting the head on that one. That's crisp, man. Icy, we always see it in the stats, just how head and shoulders he is above some of the other players in the lobby. But when you get to see it from his POV, it just really goes that extra mile to hammer home how good this guy is.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even have vision on it. It's through the tree line. There'll be pings coming through from Titans, roughly where he is. He makes the assumption and just hits some beautiful shots there. Really, really well done to IC. Definitely the only player there really keeping them alive in a very tough situation. Lovely nade from Effect. Takes down two players from Alpha still remaining. Spots out one of them. Doesn't want to take the engagement just yet. Feeds the information back across.
The game of push and pull here. Major Pride being able to survive in the battle versus the horses as they pull no punches versus KONINA Power, slowing them down and fragmenting the entire team massively. Robs, meanwhile, takes a pot shot from Kapahala as they apply some pressure with the Mini 14. Major Pride just starving off the rotations as well, fully committing onto Tenchik and taking him out of the equation, so it gets harder for Alpha. Meanwhile, Nexus crashing in. Icy, damn good with the steal, but unable to barricade himself from the bonnet that's knocked him on his feet. And they battle this one all the way to Old Boy as well, ruining him with the contact from Kapahala. This has gone so rough for Titan in a short space of time.
I mean, I'm going to give myself that one because I did just predict Team Titans. But as I did that, they died. So I'm just going to say I predicted Nexus. I've decided in that moment. I hope that's okay with everyone. I think that's fair.
I let it slide. I let it slide
bro.
this time.
Thank you, bro.
It's all right, mate.
Let's do one chance. One chance on the day.
You get your one. You get your one. Yeah. Ooh, okay. VP, though, not looking too good for him here. As Gladiators do start to bring the clash down on them. You've already lost one man. I mean, Ruda, normally someone that can step up in these sort of moments, but so low on the HP. It's the long con they're going to be playing for with this, really, if he can heal himself back up and they can fall back a bit. Ooh, peeks in. Could pre-fire onto Kitsune as well. Doesn't like that one.
No, we'll have to back off. 2 players left for Gladiators. It's looking to put up some points during these games. 10 teams remaining, though, at this point in time. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for Gladiators to get too far into this match. It's going to be up to Kitsune and Matic to hit some really big numbers here. Really split decision as well. Maxman goes for VULGAR Boys up towards that northern edge. They certainly do have the high ground over towards Nexus, who are currently playing towards Crate. Quite a difficult spot to move in. You have to have vehicles to get out of here, and there's not a lot of positions to hide the cars. So if VULGAR Boys have already ripped off all the wheels and chewed away that rubber, then there's not a high likelihood to get out from here. But nice shots already back up towards Tresley. Dakimi immediately rotates to provide some support. That might be a good opportunity now for Nexus to instantly rotate off.
Ruda has just been a nightmare, by the way. He's kind of just been roaming around, keeping all these teams on their toes. He's got high ground now to play off and seems to be somewhat aware of Kitsune's position inside of the smoke. So just forcing him to use so much defensive utility if he wants to close the gap to potentially get back towards his teammate. His teammate that's now gone for good as well. Feels like Bex put a few bullets down range and been able to stop that one. They know exactly where Kitsune is. Prude's gone for the rotate back around in the vehicle to grab his teammate. So even as a duo, VP here trying their best to make something from this one, even inside of this chaotic angle they've been playing from. TUNA though, blank, close by. Haven't seen too much of TUNA this game, but they've been on a good streak over the past few days. So let's see what they've got for us on this one, with VULGAR Boys shutting down Alpha for good here as well.
Yeah, VULGAR Boys able to take down the remaining members, but Nexus has moved up now, and it's not an easy position to play, and likely VULGAR Boys are going to have to stand all the way over towards that western side to completely extricate themselves in position. But now Nexus have a really nice little line to play along, down towards the south, on this ridge side, looking down towards No Mercy Warriors, Unicorns of Love, Gladiators, VIRTUS.PRO, and KONINA Power. So very, very strong start here for Nexus.
Foops. He's trying to go for the peak. Playing around the backhand side of the car, using it as cover. Whoa, keeps the attention of Kapahala whilst the nade is dashed out. And that one lands perfectly. Bullseye, as it will be able to blow them away and slow down the regroup here from Nexus. Ooh, Tresley actually just going in on it, Blank. I didn't expect the confidence to show like this. But Tresley closing the gap here with how low on HP a few of them are. This could be massive. Good play as well. Leaps out the vehicle, hits the shot on the DBS. Oh no! How has he been able to survive it, Exo? What? Still goes down. Tresley, he's a maniac.
VULGAR boys! Oh my god! This is a crazy play coming through from this team. They immediately get the knock and fly in like nothing else. My guy was trying to get the res off, got crushed underneath the wheels, and that's Nexus out in 8th place. In a surprising turn of events here, Jackie. VULGAR boys up to 6 eliminations, now take the strong spot that Nexus was attempting to move down on this ridge side. What a wonderful play from VULGAR.
That's wild. That's actually wild. What a change of pace there. Just coming in with the big old boshes on that one. That's what you want to see from VULGAR boys, mate. Yeah, minimum of 3 boshes there.
Oh, dear me. That was an unbelievable move from VULGAR. I've never seen anything so speedy.
It was just the follow-up when he's just bonneted in mid-res. Still leapt out the vehicle.
Hand's still out.
Man, it's carnage. I'm surprised his hand wasn't ripped off there by the sheer velocity of the car driving by, you know?
So sad. He even left the first aid kit at his feet, ready for when he got back up again. In a blink of his eye, he's gone. Trapped underneath the wheels of the buggy, sent spinning.
Mangled. Hopes dashed. But VULGAR boys, they've really been giving us a great argument as for why you should root for this squad. You know, Foops man's one thing, but if the rest of the team can support him now and we're starting to see even more of a reason to get loud for VULGAR boys, I'm living for it, but it really feels like they're living up to the name a bit more. They're playing speedy, they're playing aggressive, and they're realizing in some of these situations, yeah, it may be just going for the more risky maneuver and just trusting yourself. It is working out, and it's sick to see that change of pace.
It really is. I mean, they're the lobby boss right now. They really are. The bunny rabbit cross of a horse, just leaping at you. It is
Mighty boss, flattening everyone.
It is
Can't stop him.
terrifying. It is terrifying. Ears so large. They hear anything that's going on in the lobby. They pull the circle their way. Is this the VULGAR win? Is this the VULGAR we've been looking for? I think it is.
Well, as we go into the 6th stage, we'll see if that's what we're going to be left with. Right now, fair few squads in such a small space to play with. Very limited distance between a lot of them here. No Mercy Warriors instigating the battle versus Unicorns of Love as well, hunting deep in the woods here as they're able to shut down 2 of the Unicorns. That's not what you want to see. Reply back from TUNA as well, connecting onto 1.
No Mercy Warriors sent Wobbly in. CJ steps up, won't find him though, as Wobbly quickly sidesteps towards the smoke. Marlowe's up close and personal, but dirty shots come through from Rolkis in the backside, and No Mercy Warriors might have bitten off more than they can chew here versus Unicorns of Love.
Wobbly. Can't afford to be wobbly in a spot like this. Pretty on point though, as he finds the adjustment shot off onto Rolkis. Pops off to shut them down. So Unicorns of Love taken out. The mythical beasts once again made just that a myth. Gladiators, or should I say, just Kitsune, upstairs in the top floor of the compound here, being pushed from all sides as TUNA are starting to close the gap. Nade after nade. This battle continues between either side. He's in the middle of it as you've got KONINA Power and Gladiators attempting to close the distance between one another. This is horrific.
Oh, he takes the tag as well, which means his position's known. Another nade should go over towards him shortly. Tries to crawl out the way just a little bit, but the team seems to be slightly unaware, thinking they got the tag from off in the distance. He will step up. He starts blasting.
He's just firing out shot after shot on the DBS. I mean, there's been no reply to him yet. You can see the shots going off. They're going to run straight into him. He was waiting on a close angle. Peeks up, he's good for one, but that's it. Kitsune hoping that maybe he could have a surprise maneuver there to upset. Instead, he goes down. Yeah, I mean, it at least did something to try and help him out. It's made it a bit worse for KONINA Power. The nades, though, that's on the money. And TUNA really just eating it now. 0, last alive in a spot like this. Not good.
Tresley will send the nade over to once finishing him off, but TUNA, once again, towards the top numbers. We're down to our final 3 almost. Aztec last left alive for No Mercy Warriors. As VIRTUS.PRO tries to take this one home for themselves. KONINA Power might be able to get their second player back up again, but VULGAR, said before, if NEXUS had taken this position, great, an easy win for them. But VULGAR just comes out of nowhere with such a slick little maneuver in the buggy. Unstoppable with a Tricera front loaded skin, just impaling those guys. Now Tresley looks to take on VIRTUS.PRO on his lonesome.
VULGAR boys really going huge. And they've still got the star man, the spotlight player in Foopsman, alive and kicking as well. Foopsman ahead of the pack here. A three-pronged attack from them with a lot of distance between. So spacing really being utilized here to try and take as much map control as physically possible going into this fight. Bit of a fragmentation set up here as well from KONINA Power with Palucci and Agoria playing on either side just so they can watch both flanks. And then VP down towards the bottom. So your 2 duos versus the triple threat that we see brought to the table here from VULGAR boys. VP starting to edge further forward though, closing the gap little by little. Contact found for Foopsman onto KONINA Power. A lot of damage. Palucci losing his HP quick here.
Yeah, Foopsman does see him. And in comes Tresley, the double monitor. That's KONINA Power out. He's out of control. He's outrageous.
Oh, mate, that is despicable. The Byfield bonnet hits both of them quickly. A duo goes down in a matter of seconds. And now VP in such a horrid spot as Beck gets obliterated and Foopsman, the superhero, commands respect as he does it. VULGAR boys, they've run away with that one.
Foopsman just looking immaculate towards that end game. Look at him. Got the eye on the prize there. The glasses. He's pulled them off. He's put them up to the sun. And he's just laser beamed all these teams. It's unfair. It's outrageous what happened in that match. Tresley as well was just going off, like you said, with the Byfield bonnet. Just boshing them left, right, and centre. Whew, unacceptable.
No, it is. Kind of egregious, some of the plays that they were making, but they worked out time and time again. And this is fantastic. You know, this kind of narrative that we've been building all day of just some of the lesser named squads, some of the squads that have been showing us little bits of improvement, really having a field day of it today. And it's fantastic. And of course, Foopsman stealing the spotlight like the superhero he is, Blank. What a treat.
I love it. I look to the skies. I see the F in the skies. I also see a K and an M because we're heading back to Kalaris and Max.
They are the VULGAR boys. Max predicted VULGAR boys. I can't believe it, Max. Well done. Hey.
What was happening? I kind of like, it was kind of a mean pick, but I was like, actually in a decent spot, it could be good. And then they start playing it really well. I'm like, okay, give me the VULGAR boys chicken dinner. Let's go. Oh yeah, it's lit up. There's just a white logo. But yes, I need a rabbit. But yeah, with Tresley in particular, like that play with the buggy at the end versus KONINA Power, like they're blasting out of control here, Kalaris, and they're splitting
off of control. Wow.
Off of control. They're just off the control right now. Yeah, and a good split on the northern side. They eliminate NEXUS, which that was a fight I did not expect them to win as dominantly as they did. 21 points. Their best game, I would say, this entire tournament, Kalaris. Yeah.
I mean, shadow of the foot on themselves in terms of actual, like, step up in performances, considering that in the first 2 phases, we thought that they were kind of invisible, but they, in phase 3, are doing very well here, considering the scale of the lobby, the power of the lobby. 21 points go their way here in this game, and it's a big step up, Max.
Yeah, and a lot more opportunistic. They're willing to third-party fights that they see happening, especially the teams trying to exit out of Lumberyard. They see that opportunity, get just a little bit closer, start chucking nade. Even though it's not as involved as I would like it to be, they still are applying pressure and just keeping teams out in the blue, out next to the circle, so they become very predictable to take down later on. So I'm loving this VULGAR boys that seems like are feeling a lot more confident after learning these past two and a half phases now, it seems, Kalaris, and now they're just taking all of that knowledge, putting it to the test, and this is, as I said, their best game by far, and I hope it's not just going to be a one flash in the pan. I want to see more of them just trying to exude pressure and being overly aggressive in these kind of finishes.
Yeah, they seem to be doing well when it comes to this edge sweeping style, which we've seen them be successful before. There he is, it's Foops, man! With all the power of Foops and a small bunny rabbit. He's got himself quite the numbers coming in from this game. And again, you know, looking at their edge play style here, being able to walk around, move up against the NEXUS, and then being able to defeat some of the teams moving further on into the circle, they did really well for themselves.
Yeah, these are the average stats for the entirety of phase. No, for actually the entirety of today. Pilot's a little bit rough, but yeah, Foopsman, Tresley, and Dakimi have been doing pretty good. Dakimi a little bit on the lower side of things, but Tresley is a player that I think we haven't really seen much of. It's been a lot of Foopsman, it's been a lot of Dakimi. Pilads from time to time would be also stepping up. I think in phase 2 was when we saw a lot more Pilads, but Tresley was the only player we were missing to really step up around the entirety of this roster, and he's finally done so in a very unusual way with the buggy drive-by on KONINA Power, which you love to see happening every once in a while. And yeah, it seemed like the communication was on point too, the way they were playing the splits. They were sending Tresley down to the southern edge, down to actually the lower side of the mountain to get an off angle, so I'm loving it. So we said it multiple times, right? VULGAR boys getting in these finishing moments, sometimes a bit too passive. Here, that was just the right amount of aggressivity we needed from them.
That's right. And I mean, considering the loadout that they've got as well, very well equipped for a south of Lumberyard finish, right? Like everybody's got themselves a DBS or an UMP, everyone's got an M4 or a SCAR, just being able to take these very close range fights. There's not a lot of long range fights that you're going to be taking, moving from north from this circle south. So really well done by them. 1,000 damage done during that as well for them. Overalls, as we see, MADBULLS not playing this game, so we've got an opportunity for everybody to kind of move on up against them, but it's not by much, as Gladiators got themselves a few points here and there, being able to get themselves to 90 points right now. But VULGAR boys, 6th place. Yes, baby.
Give me more of that. Thank you very much. Yeah, good to see them on the top 6, maybe potentially a top 5. I mean, they could get up there right now. Of course, it's good to have a team rise up towards the end of PMPL, because going into the finals, Kalaris, the bonus points, sure, it is going to be heavily favored towards the top teams, which is how the bonus points work, right? But it is not unsurmountable. They could catch up if they pop off like this in the finals. So good to see the NEXUS, still a big disparity between placement points and limbs. They got a lot of limbs here, just didn't survive quite long enough.
No, indeed, down towards the bottom as well here. Some teams having a bit of a rough time. PERMITTA, unfortunately for them, looks so out of the water here compared to that divide between 15th and 16th. Not better at all, Max, I think is fair to say. It is quite the divide, so they're going to have to step things up. Never mind the teams a little bit below them as well here, Max, who are having a really rough time.
Yeah, still not seeing the comeback of KONINA Power, which is the one I'm a little bit surprised by. There was a good option for them on Sanhok, but tough transition. And it's really weird for me because KONINA Power back in spring were the quintessential team that would play so well on Sanhok, and now they're just not performing as they used to. They're not having those free rotations from the eastern edge, I think, because some teams like Dagestan have caught up on that and they're just fighting a bit more on the eastern side. But yeah, they need to start coming back, because that is also scary when teams are getting better before finals. Good. When you're getting worse before the finals, that's a scary prospect that you're looking at.
Well, the only way you can get better when it comes to the gun skills is going to TDM, so let's go to Jackie and Blank to see how this is going to unfold.
That's right, Kalaris. How warmed up are they? How crisp are they when it comes to hitting those pot shots? Will it be leaving us saying "bosh"? Will it be will we be saying "can you believe it, Blank"? All these classic phrases in a TDM like this.
What will happen in this TDMs real quick? Gladiators versus Dagestan. What a match. What a game. We're in the quarterfinals right now.
We are.
Waiting to head towards those semis. But this will be the last one that me and you cast to give it. It's going to be a good one. I already feel it. I want to see Gladiators versus Titans in that winners finals. That would make me happy.
Well, let's see what we're giving them. Gladiators taking on Dagestan. Both sides that have been impressive in the battlegrounds, but when it comes to just non-stop slaying, how far can they take it? Already a nice opener there with a pre-fire from Gladiators, but Shifu, he's got nades down to trigonometry. This man went to college.
I was very, very nice there. He's been studying the art of the nade for many moons. Now, Gladiators will be sending a couple of nades back their way. Lovely one over towards Shifu. Gives it back as just as good as he gets. This man's on the abacus. Zadira, though, spots him. Doesn't really get too much done. It felt like luster from Gladiators so far, just running it down versus Dagestan.
Gets the reload off in time as well, so Zadira going to be able to hold if he's pushed on the angle. The shotty is so powerful up close in a spot like that. Nice read again with the nades. You can see a good understanding of the map in terms of how they're able to bank these off the walls to slow down the push and buy a nice amount of time. Leading by 4 frags already is Dagestan, so looking pretty damn good in the shooting department. Supported by the fact that Shifu's nades are unstoppable.
Absolutely blasting right now. This could be a decent one coming through from Tixi. Pops it just right. Will take down Shifu, the nade maestro. It's Tixi versus Shifu right now on the nade game. There is a little bit of a pass back here, but still 5 limbs ahead. Tixi gonna get aggressive with it. Moves around the corner, looks over towards Keep. I think he knows he's here though. Here's the footsteps round the through. Instantly finds one, but it's not enough as Dagestan continues to extend their lead in this TDM, Jackie.
Oh, mate. Got good legs on him so far, but it might get a bit shakier than they were hoping here with Gladiators making a bit of a resurgence. The off-angle play for Zadira could be the game changer, though. He's able to peek in, cleave his way through the backline. Even with them using the movement, he still re-aggresses. Contact's clean on the first, but no double-up potential. As Matic will survive, but not thrive long enough. His teammates, though, being able to clean up mop and bucket level on this one, as it does leave us 15-12 so far, with the battle raging on here in TDM.
Right now, Dagestan's just giving Gladiators the basilisk glare right now. They are just petrified. Stuck in stone, not sure what to do, but they finally tie things up, able to break out from the cement that has kept them locked down this game. Limbo also in a bad position. Finally, a lead has been found by the Gladiators, bringing it back slowly but surely.
Keeping it entertaining as they stand in the center circle, 18-18 right now, with the crowd cheering on the Gladiators. But Dagestan, they've been doing so damn much. Really on point with the nades. Smart placement, playing this one out strategically. 18-18 then. With it being tied up, only a small hair's distance between the two, off the back of Limbo being able to find one knock and giving them some room to work with. Re-aggression back in, keep buckled. Zadira trades though. This is really just back and forth like a metronome at this point. Nice nade from Limbo though, Blank, sending in the big boom.
Ooh, but Dagestan, they're bringing it back. He talked about the crowd cheering for the Gladiators in the Coliseum, but now the Dagger fans, they're out in force, looking to help them, bring them a bit of that energy that they might need to finish off this game strong here, Jackie.
Gladiators, though, still trying to hold on strong. They're up by 2. You've got breathing room. You've got space to play with, but the nades from Shifu have been so on point. And again, he tries to strike with it. Bounces it around the corner. No clean connection onto the first. They swing out one by one, peeking into these fights. And that is favoring Dagestan right now, as they are butchering anyone that comes towards them. Keep with a big old flank as well. Perfect positioning as he can unload from the back line. 27-26. It's still so damn close. Blow after blow, Blank. They're always trading one apiece.
Goodness me, right now, Gladiators, they're trying to take it back. I mean, they were on the butchering block earlier on, but now they've unsheathed the cleaver, attempting to slice Dagestan in half, but it really is half-seas either side as both teams even apiece. With Dagestan bringing it back one at a time, like you were saying, Jackie, 29-30, only 10 limbs remaining, with no clear favourite in this match. We're really down to the 2 titans, the giants, versus one another here. This has to be the most exciting TDM we've seen.
The behemoths of Gladiators up against the giants of Dagestan, making them both look equal size here in perspective of the game. 9 frags, the difference between them though here. It always feels like it's just one Elim being the difference every time. They've been so damn close. The trades have been so consistent. And with how close we are to the finish line, you're not going to want to throw these away. Sloppy plays could be the mistakes that cost you gravely, and Tixi might have been the time bomb that will make this blow up in the face of the Gladiators as he gives up that frag, making it go 34 to 32. Trades back from Meku though, holding on by his fingertips.
Looks horrifically dangerous. The risk assessors are in, and Gladiators' prospects aren't looking good at the moment.
You're about to win.
Just 5 more eliminations. We get the call from the announcer. Gladiators looking scared right now. Tixi, like we said before, the sloppy play comes through and he will slip and slide. It's 36 for Dagestan, so close now, but it can switch on a dime. But it's looking like the Dagestan team is just too good for the Gladiators.
They're just standing strong right now, playing defensive angles as well. A cheeky peek. Zadira, oh, he's got to hit his shots. Has he done enough damage? The chips worked out for his teammates to smash through the weaker player. 39 as they're just one away now, cleaving their way through everything that's thrown at them. All it'll take is one last elimination. They seem to have a situation here where Tixi's pushed into the back line though. He's got himself into their spawn. The rest of the team can play slower, but even then, it's not going to matter. We still see the peak from Kitsune, and the game is snatched away with 5 elims of difference. Dagestan move on to the semi-finals.
Gladiators punted out of the way from the TDM circuit. What a game from Dagestan though, versus a very difficult team to contend with. Tixi though at the end there, looked like he threw a little bit, mate. Not gonna lie.
Let it slip through the fingertips, mate. Not what you wanted. Couple of awkward situations. A pretty good game though, relatively competitive in the grand scheme of things there. But on the day, Dagestan looking sick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've looked sick today as well, you know, moving their way up towards the top of the rankings quite quickly. I think they were in 3rd place before that last game. But yeah, really, really fantastic stuff. And great to see, great to see. We'll be heading over towards our next match very shortly. We'll be with that one as soon as. But I'm really, really sad that Gladiators didn't make it through. But again, there's not much you can do about that. With Dagestan played such a beautiful game, you can't complain. You can't complain. In a way, I'm sad that Gladiators lost, but I'm happy that Dagestan won.
No, I think it's good. It bodes well, at least, with some of the squads we still have left, getting closer and closer towards those finals with the TDM. I think we'll still have some exciting matchups the longer that one goes on. They've been a bit of spice, you know, a nice little added fragrance that we've had in the course of these play days here. I think it's given us a good show with some of the teams in terms of their mechanical skill. And always shout outs to the squads that filled their full rosters as well. Sometimes we see the super subs coming in for the TDM. You love to see it when it's the actual squads playing it out as well. So props there, but no cigar for Gladiators blank. They don't burn brightly enough, but we can set our focus on the real meat and potatoes of the broadcast here. As we go back into our 4th battleground of the night, back on Miramar. It was our opening map for today. We're bringing it back, of course. Who's going to be standing tall at the end of this one? We'll find out. Teams that are sitting this one out, though, Gladiators. Vulgar Boys, unfortunately, off the back of their crazy chicken dinner run in the last game. SBG and PERMITTA not going to be in the battle on this one.
To be fair, for Gladiators, 90 points. Although I've been wanting to see a chicken dinner out of them, consistently, they are getting profit on every single game. They might not be as aggressively successful as MADBULLS, right, up towards that top side. But, you know, they're still putting up points every single time, even though we're not seeing the chicken dinners out of them. And that's fair play. 90 points is still very respectable for a team like the Gladiators. But yes, we're heading over towards Miramar now. We'll see which team can stand tall. Are we going to get another southeast circle down towards Impala and Puerto Paraiso? It's feeling pretty likely.
Oh, man. I'm curious what we're going to get here. I've enjoyed these Miramar games. I feel like it gives us a lot of breathing room for some of the teams that are a little bit more unorthodox in some of their play styles. Miramar for me is why, I don't know why, but it's still just so ingrained in my brain that it's a VP map. It feels like VP should do crazy things here. We've seen some odd finishes from them in the past where they've been able to get points out of a game that basically feels like they had no legs in. Given a bit of favour by the zone early on this one though. We'll see if it bodes well for them. They're right on top of TUNA. Hate that. Don't like to see the TUNA boys having to fight early. TUNA have been pretty fun to watch recently.
Yeah, getting pretty far into these endgames. Their last Miramar, getting a second place versus the MADBULLS. Felt like maybe they could have taken that chicken dinner, but again, it's versus the MADBULLS, who just have such a good idea of how to play a lot of that terrain. And I think the one thing certainly for TUNA in the future is I think their calls are quite smart, but they're intricate. Map knowledge just isn't quite there yet. That'll have to be something that needs to be changed for the future. But there is certainly potential on this team. You know, there's things to work with. We've got the kit, just to put it all together now.
All the tools that you need, just using them in the correct order will be the difference maker. Titan here, not forced to fight early as well. It does really feel like they're kind of cursed on a lot of their common drop spots on both Sanhok and Miramar, where usually we always see them having to duke it out from the get-go. It happens a lot here as well. So thankfully, this is one of the times that they will be given an opportunity to loot, so we can see classic Titans on display. The MUERTE on screens now as well. They've had a few glimpses of the high life today, but I feel like we haven't really seen that true flavour of the MUERTE that we expect to see into a lot of these games. A damn menacing squad, but we've only had moments from Furia really today that have had us getting a little bit more amped up. So I'd like to see the entire team here bringing something to the table.
Yeah, we sort of had, you know, MUERTE light. We've had MUERTE 0 calories today. It's not been great. I'd like to see a bit more out of them. Like you said, Furia has certainly still stepped up, made some phenomenal plays, but the rest of the team just isn't feeling it today. And you know, with Malloy having such a massive step up over the past couple of days, is the dude that you'd want to see starting to just continue on that streak with 10 eliminations in a single match. It just feels sort of odd that they don't get these big matches again. And I do think that their main issue is not being able to find their formula for success, because I think they're a team that likes to play pretty off the cuff, right? You know, they like to improvise a lot, and they're good at that, right? The difference is that with a team that has a plan, like Gladiators, of how they want to move into the circle, their pre-strategies coming into these matches, their predetermined rotations, you can get a lot more consistency off the back of that. And you can see the MUERTE get these big wins off the back of a lot of improv, but Gladiators are still ahead of them, even though they haven't had a huge amount of chicken dinners recently, which is always fantastic to see, just how those two playstyles line up. So I think MUERTE can still go for this off-the-cuff playstyle by the seat of their pants, but there does need to be some thought process. Maybe just write a few things down. Some bullet points, maybe.
Just some small notes. Doesn't have to be full sentences so you get overwhelmed. Just a couple of bullet points, like you say. You know, you can kind of skim it and go, oh yeah, all right, stay on the game plan. Stick to the focus. Here, I don't know how I feel about this one. Watching it with a perspective shot does make it a little bit more worrying. I see an old boy basically running into the lion's den, but it's not any normal lion. It's a lion that's covered in reflective surfaces, somewhat like glass windows all over him, because it's reflect that strikes up, hits the first, lights up Icy, makes it look easy. Couldn't quite first onto him before he fell over the ledge, but so close to expiring, I don't think it's going to matter if he lobs the nade or not. Lets him take over, so Icy's gone. That's a big part of Titan. Statistically, Icy's been having blinding games again and again and again in recent form. So with him now taken down early, it makes it so much harder for Titan. A Titan that might not even be in the equation anymore because they're just getting pelted. Sheepa's got contact onto Old Boy, so Reflect can now hunt from the elevated position. Blank, it is not a good day to be a Titan fan.
It really isn't. I mean, for these lads on side, should be some good shots from Reflect. He only got a few more bullets remaining, but again, on this kind of trajectory, the Old Boy's in. It's going to be difficult for him to get away. He should be able to run over the other side and take some more shots too. It looks like old boy has made the great escape. Just about. Havlik also finds a peek over towards Reflect. Good stuff from him. Immediately, Zashipa goes in for a little bit of support there. Yeah, I mean, Icy has sort of been... You've got your car, right? But Icy certainly is that engine. Without the engine, it's just not going to run, right? It looks nice, but it just doesn't go anywhere. And you're right when you say that without Icy, the team does sort of feel like a shadow of Titans, as opposed to their full-fledged force that they can be.
It's like Teen Titans if Starfire wasn't in it, you know? Just kind of
It was sucked. It would have sucked.
Exactly. You're missing a bit of the power. Probably a big portion of it, actually. So you kind of need some help on that one. Oh, mate, this is like the worst road trip you could ever go on. You're just constantly being shot at, non-stop. You've had to drive so far away from where you actually want to be. You've missed the stop. You've missed the gas station to get out and buy yourself some tasty treats. Instead, you're just eating bullets time and time again. And now the car's on fire with the DVD player and the copy of Stuart Little in the back. It's gone, up in flames. Not watching that anymore.
No entertainment. It's the worst. So for Titans, it's going to be a pretty horrific journey forward for themselves. Just trying to get Robs back up on his feet at the moment. I think the other boys are a bit preoccupied with getting their stims on board and healing up. Havlik needs to be ready to go in a moment like this, and Alpha's looking to finish it off. Lay down the hammer on top of Titans. Squash them.
Ooh, Unicorns of Love. Backstabs with the SKS as a few bullets placed well will at least punish. Titan. It's so surprising they're still alive in this situation with everything they've been through, the constant peril they've been put into this game. But finally, they go up in a puff of smoke. The last-ditched attempt being the final blow from the shotty up close and personal. KASIK team love fighting Titan, so of course the proverbial dinner bell was rung and they tried to close the gap. It was Trofka that flanked up on him. Smart man though, good head on his shoulders. He's going to back off and look to join the rest of the squad. Doesn't outstay his welcome because Unicorns of Love are already trying to chase him down, thinking they can apply the same pressure onto KASIK team.
Yeah, just leaving this one alone, not worth it. With the circle head so far towards the northwest now as well, towards water treatment. There's few strong positions here. You don't want to get caught out in the low ground areas. You want to have a nice high ground position where you're elevated. You can start taking control of the match. Dagestan's down towards the fielded area though. They're going to be happy to just sit here in a strong position towards the center. Typically do very well off the back of central positions as well to Dagestan. Not always the most huge amount of points, but they certainly do allow other teams to take each other down and then start to get involved towards those later circles around stage 5, stage 6. I think that's a very comfortable way to play.
Unicorn, ironically, was the one player from KASIK team that was kind of trapped towards Unicorns of Love. Hate their own kind though, it seems. Not a fan of other unicorns being on the scene, so they do fire bullets towards him. He's got to retreat. He's lucky to get back to the rest of KASAK, so they all survive. They'll be able to play off one another inside of the compound. You had VP relatively close by as well. They also seem to have cleared the gap of being forced into a fight they otherwise would not want to be into. So a light bit of looting continues for VP here as they take some space. NEXUS up on screen as well. Again, I mean, today, you know, we've had a lot of moments where we've been singing their praises and it's been exciting to see what NEXUS have been bringing to the table. They've been very effective in a lot of uncomfortable 1v2s, 1v3s today, where EXO and Redux have both had to show up massively with some of their close quarters combat. So gun skill, been looking good today. Been a bit unlucky with some of the games they've had. Let's see what they've got in store for us going into this one, as they're on rotation, and it seems like they're ready to potentially throw themselves into the thick of it.
Yeah, because like that last game where we saw VULGAR boys take the win could have easily been a NEXUS win. It was just a lovely grenade over the top coming through from VULGAR boys into an instantaneous Nasty rotate through, very fast push there, and I think it was so fast it was unexpected for Nexus. They weren't able to get into position early enough to try and battle them off. They were just comfortably waddling over to try and pick Kapahala back up again. So for VULGAR boys to take that engagement is just very, very unexpected. So for Nexus, could have easily been a chicken dinner for them last game, but again, the plan is working. They're getting into the circle early, trying to play on the edge a little bit more as opposed to inside the blue, trying to find these open areas where they can start to assault, maybe pick off a position of their own. There's a lot more rotating going on within the circle as well. We've seen Nexus a lot of times where they'll just sit on the outside, not really do too much once they've made it in, because they've achieved their initial mission, which is to get towards the circle. They have to go a bit further than that. This next circle, though, a little bit more difficult. They can certainly take a north side rotation for themselves, keep themselves out of the clear, basically, because over towards this eastern side, there is a slight bridge, a little bit of terrain to play around, which they can kind of eliminate some of these sightlines coming through from VIRTUS.PRO, who are playing outside the circle right now, preventing this type of rotation from coming through. So it's an interesting play from Nexus. It's just going to be slightly difficult versus VP holding them off, but they are flying away now in the vehicles. They've done what they came to do, which is to delay Nexus.
And this is interesting. SHOCKWAVE kick off a bit of a crash as they're going to park the cars right under the noses of Major Pride. So moving in to fight the kings of the animal kingdom. Let's see if they can withstand the pressure from this one. So many nades in the back pockets. You don't need opposable thumbs if you can somehow roll out grenades. That's what the Lions are doing. Meanwhile, Aza, similar sort of game plan here. Wants to find an angle to bounce that nade upstairs. If you could get it in the right location, it could be catastrophic with the close grouping that you've got on Major Pride. Effectively being played out as a bit of a stalemate on this one. So many nades from either side, so you want to use those to instigate the fight and wait to swoop in when everyone's at an all-time low with their available utility. We had a backstab from MUERTE onto Nomi in the meantime as well. So he's been knocked onto his last legs, which actually makes it somewhat harder for Major Pride here. Could be the difference maker on the instigation of the fight. So SHOCKWAVE fully commit to it now. 1-for-1 trades, have to clear out the upstairs. Wagnazada struggling but recovers as he will hit onto effect. Just needs to shut down the last man. Couple bullets being fired towards Naomi, toying with him, but knocks him off his feet.
And talking of knocking, right, at the moment, we are really seeing the confidence being knocked of Major Pride. I don't think they've been feeling as comfortable throughout all these fights versus teams that realistically they should have the upper leg against, right? I don't really understand what's going on with Major Pride today. Perhaps the pressure's getting to them with the PMGC points. I think they've done a fantastic job to keep up as much as they have versus MADBULLS, who have gone absolutely insane with their point scoring potential. Either way, though, they go down, and again, another game where MADBULLS can pull further ahead down towards that southwest side. You can see them on the top right of your screen there, out of dodge right now. This is a position where they can likely take a really swift rotation into the circle, Jackie.
Oh yeah, you could definitely beeline it if you wanted to. It's been interesting, man. These lobbies have been so competitive today, with so many weird twists and turns in the narratives. It's been anything but easily predictable in terms of a lot of the games we've been seeing here. Redox, though, too big for his boots on the peak, eats the damage from English and causes so many problems now for Nexus. And right under their noses as well. I mean, you've got Dagestan and Unicorn of Love fighting for control of the compound here towards the long building. Meanwhile, SHOCKWAVE starting to struggle in their fight versus Alpha. So all over the shop, battles kicking off, with even MADBULLS finding an opportunity for some time in the limelight as they will strike, with Zerich warming himself up early. Zadira and co, though, really wanting to flush out Unicorns of Love on this one. Do not like the fact that they are playing so closely on top of each other. They want to control this compound without issues. This is the fight that MADBULLS have been developing in the background, though, up against No Mercy Warriors. They're swooping in on him now. Flique playing medic to get Tulika back in the fight, whilst Frozen just holds the angles.
Yeah, it's very, very good here. I mean, Zerich in the backside as well will be providing that information across that the Nameless are on their way. So for MADBULLS, need to reassess the scenario, quickly try and figure out where they want to head next. How are they going to deal with these new angles that are coming through, the nades over the top side? But yeah, it's a swift rotation from MADBULLS to get into the circle. It's sort of what was expected, but I don't think they really realized how many teams will be coming in for a third party now. They've got KONINA Power, the Nameless, No Mercy Warriors, all bearing down upon them. This will be really a big test of MADBULLS' character. But honestly, this is one of those situations where you're just done.
Yeah, this is looking pretty cooked. It's going to be a hard one to keep alive here. Oh, Palucci punishing as he hits the uppercut onto Fleek, knocks him off his feet, and takes down MADBULLS. So, they were out on parade, they were back in the game, but they're not able to get much from this lobby, leaving as the 13th team to exit stage left. And there might be a few more joining them soon as KONINA Power running their way through and seeing what they can grab from this up close versus the Nameless. Flick up from Beast, hits the one shot onto Off-Haze and leaves him on his last legs. Just holding now with support of MADBULLS and co. They can back up from this. They've got utility to try and get away and create a bit of space.
KONINA Power still pretty unhappy with the situation. They want to continue to force the Nameless down. And I like this from Becca, constantly trying to move over towards this north side, control the circle itself. So at the moment, the Nameless are on the outside of the circle, outside of the zone. They'll have to be pushed in. The Beast, though, making some decent plays. Finally, Palucci goes down. Should be just one player remaining here in Becca. Has to make some big moves, some big moments from him to pull this fight back. Zero goes down. One player last remaining now for the Nameless.
MADBULLS, the main man, got to pop off. Has to make some huge moves in this situation. Becca dashing nades, trying to buy a bit of time. Realizes how uncomfortable this is for both himself and MADBULLS. They both go for the res. Haller's back up. MADBULLS can close the gap. He's got a bit of timing. If he went straight across and beelined it in, there would still be time on the res for Becca. Might have been able to jump the gun. Instead, thinking that maybe the timing's worked out in his favor, he plays a slower approach. They claim medic, look for the revives. They're not holding the angles though. Becca re-aggressing, spam through the smoke, and he bursts. KONINA Power gone.
Out of there. Nice shots, honestly, overall. The MUERTE would have a line of sight over towards this fight. And with the players getting back up on their feet, very low HP, Furia could really be the problematic fella in the lobby. I think the smoke is dissipating fairly shortly too. So for the Nameless, get themselves back up to full HP. Hopefully don't get sprayed down here by MUERTE's Furia. They're on the other side of the ridge, and he also has to think about getting in towards the circle, because it's an awkward circle as well with the ridge and the valley that runs through the middle of it. It's kind of difficult to determine who's going to win this one, because it could easily center up towards Dark Project's compound on the northwest side, in which case they have a really good chance of winning. If it heads up towards the northeast side, TUNA currently have excellent elevation to control that area. It's a difficult game to predict.
A lot of twists and turns in the narrative potentially on this one. Shockwave just finishing off the food there inside of the compound as they've got the knock already onto one man from MUERTE, bringing them down to just a duo. Meanwhile, VIRTUS.PRO applying pressure here as they swoop down and strike versus NEXUS, making it an awful lot harder, fragmenting them massively now. Redux and EXO playing trapped in towards the backside. A bit of a split across the board with all of our predictions as well, all of us taking it in different directions for this one.
I mean, it's fair play. It's kind of what we talked about, right? It's difficult to know exactly how it's going to finish up. Heads down towards the southeast, yeah, VIRTUS.PRO win. Heads up towards the north side, TUNA win. Heads over towards the west side, yeah, Dark Project win. It might even be a cheeky little Dark Project win if they can bring something special out the bag here with their two players left remaining. It's just difficult to lock down. It's difficult to understand who's got the best playstyle. Furia, though, coming up, certainly has a playstyle of his own, and that is aggressive, gets in close and personal. MADBULLS, though, luckily able to survive against the onslaught that he brings to the table.
Oh, mate, that's tilting. Malloy's going to be so frustrated. They had that in the palm of their hand there. It felt like they were doing a really good job of containing the Nameless and playing off each other. Suddenly Furia just does a Furia move where he goes off on his lonesome, far too far away for Malloy to be able to trade if he gets knocked or play off his contact for the res either. So yeah, a bit of a rough one there. Goes up and blows up in the face of the MUERTE as they lose out on that one, out in 10th place. unfortunate stuff for the MUERTE. KASIK team keeping the pain train rolling though, as they want to aggress onto VP's compound. Seems like they're breaching their way in pretty quickly, actually. English taking a ton of damage, though. He's got about 15% of his health left. Has to pop a med kit and try and play the long con.
Yeah, full HP off the back of this, though, so English can still keep fighting for a while, which is nice, obviously. Next circle will be hitting soon, too, which is going to kind of change the flow of the game. Elementrix is down. Don't know if there's anyone there with him to get him back up again, but it looks like there is. That might be Ruder over there. Actually, it's Weight on his side, keeping him nice and safe. But again, nice nade from English over the top, inside the little bowl there. Elementrix might be next to take a bit of damage, but looks like he just wants to finish off Weight. These nades are absolutely oppressive, though. Jackie, really rough to deal with. Nice smoke as well to isolate the angle.
Oh, this is horrific. You are basically in the worst possible location. 4 grenades. Oh, the Molotov would ruin you. English has just got to get it dashed out. He's taking pot shots from the side. Was hoping that he could deny the revive fully. Instead, he's also got to tuck in and go for the heal. Now is the opportunity. If he can get the Molotov in, it could have still burnt its way through the low HP player and Weight. He's just got to get the tag off and hope that it spreads. Does not. Doesn't have his gun out either. Switches to the secondary, looking for the jump shot on the shotgun. They're teasing him blank, but there's not really much of a move up from the rest of the squad in Ruder and co. As Beck and Ruder look a little bit more timid towards the backside. Thankfully, they have given them some space to play with. They back further up, they use the nade. Weight is again knocked, so Elementrix will have to smoke it and try and grab him. Something seems wrong for VP here, though. It doesn't feel like they're in control of this situation whatsoever. And KASIK team, they've got confidence in it. They re-aggress as a unit now with full health and the stun in the back pocket, ready to blind them.
I think that might have been a gas can that he got him with as well, because it was an explosion in the elimination feed. Elementrix finds Trofka as well as English now down. Beck with some excellent angles. 2 players from VP are out, and KASIK could potentially get over towards this bowl. There is 3 nades remaining from Weight and Ruder over on this side, though, so a little bit difficult to work with. Unicorn heads in. English very low right now. The information will have been passed back, and Unicorn's going to look to pick up 1 player.
But hang on a minute. With all of our focus being set on the battle between VIRTUS.PRO and KASIK team that have been blown off their legs, we didn't see SHOCKWAVE sneaking up to strike from the back line, and they're putting more pressure on VP. Ruder, basically the only one that's still alive for the Polar Bears, as he's forced to make a huge move, cuts his way through the defense, gets into the bowl, and looks to play for the Reses, getting what remains of VIRTUS.PRO back into the game. That'll be at most a duo of Ruder and Elementrix. Oh, mate, you hate to be Skillsaz in a position like this. He's just in such an uncomfortable spot. It's gone from basically KASIK team laughing their way to the bank on this one, just about to clean up, to suddenly you're in the worst possible spot.
Yeah, VP just ruined their lives, 100%. It's the only way to put it. I mean, the way that they were rotating around this bowl, yes, eventually Weight and Elementrix went down, but I think they did way more than enough, Jackie, to cause some serious discomfort for the guys on KASIK team before SHOCKWAVE eventually made their way over. No Sheet still playing on the high ground towards water treatment, looking down towards any player that might be wanting to move out, but finally gets in a vehicle, will move over towards the ridge side as the next circle comes through. It is horrid to play this position, but TUNA now needs to set their attention over towards this ridge side on the northeast, because VP, SHOCKWAVE, KASIK, NEXUS, Alpha would all love to sit in this position. It's probably only one of the only available spaces to play now if you're a team towards that northeast side.
Limited options for a lot of the squads, really. As we keep on ticking with this one. Seeing just where it's going to end up. 0. Back on screens here. Takes his pot shots with the Mini 14. 8 times scope on it. A long old distance to be fighting from, but he's at least able to inflict a bit of pressure, a bit of paranoia back over towards the Nameless. Meanwhile, Ruder found again, as we see the swoop in from NEXUS. with Redox closing the gap here. This is NEXUS's last man in an awkward 1v2 final stand. His feet have been connected onto by Elementrix. He can go for the revive as well, but he's a little bit timid about it. Doesn't want to do it too quickly, knowing how close people could be. And the blues coming in. You've got a bout that's going down here as well, with TUNA and co scrapping their way through. Dark Project eating bullets. Meanwhile, the Nameless forced into a fight versus Shockwave as well. Zero with a flick up, not quick enough. He goes crashing down as Dark Project have contained the situation. No, she's nade, could be a difference maker, but it's off target.
Yeah, this is a massive engagement between these two teams, and these nades have to be good, but he's throwing them all in the wrong direction. Has to start knocking them over towards the blue because they're obviously not still that far outside. Kespo cannot get these players back up in. The circle's still just going to continue to push, and he realizes he has to just leave. Might be a chance here for maybe a couple of the TUNA players.
No sheet.
Oh, sheet. Yeah, that's decent. It was decent. Kind of a crazy rotate, though, from Kespo, I won't lie. I think he just forgot that TUNA existed.
Yeah, I think at that point, kind of thinking they stomped them all out. Didn't really feel like TUNA should have been able to get back into it in that manner, but no, she makes a good move. Steals it away. KASIK team. It's just been one man, just G.GLADIATORS for so long. He gets the stim off and heals up.
Still get a backstab, though, over towards Shockwave. I don't think they have any idea that he's currently here. And he has to wander in eventually. Aza drops down. I don't know if he's seen him. He will just be looting, so he's got completely no idea. There's a nade here from KASIK. Skills can hit one. It's going to be really big. Yeah, Aza just has no clue. Good first initial shots. Won't take him down. Now Scars moves over towards Skills themselves.
Ooh, pre-firing already. Wow. Did not miss a beat on that one. The pre-fire into the engagement bodes well to instigate the fight, and Shockwave finally clean up on what remained of KASIK team. Skills being taken out of commission. So 4 squads remain then here into the 8th circle. Shockwave, TUNA, No Mercy Warriors, and Alpha. Not the usual suspects by any means. A completely different lineup we've got on our hands here. Some of the squads that have maybe had a bit of a struggle, some ups and downs in both Shockwaves and Alpha, supported by the new kids on the block that have been getting some good play days under their belt in both TUNA and No Mercy Warriors. Rough for Obito though. Exposes himself early from the unfortunate position he was in, and he has been absolutely decimated.
Taken out here. There is still a potential another backstab. I mean, Shockwave not really done a good job at clearing their side of the map with 2 players just sitting behind them. I mean, that could have been a catastrophic scenario where Skills has taken down 2 of their players. Lovely. Wait, never mind. I was going to say a lovely Molotov, but that's just Wobbly's Molotov onto himself. It's unfortunate. And I think they were going for 2nd place. They didn't realize there was another player still on board. Immediately, Mandarin is spotted. That will be it done. Shockwave take themselves a chicken dinner. And to be honest with you, Wagnerzada did a fantastic job getting down towards that position onside the loot crate. I mean, he confirmed that they would constantly have an anchor down there from the start of the game. And from even their 3rd party over towards VP as well as KASIK team, I think Shockwave's played a really strong game.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic for them. Shockwave finally getting their first chicken dinner of the entire event here as they're able to secure that one and get the loot in the bag, Blank. So surely that's got to bode well for them. We've seen good things from Shockwave, but like we said time and time again, it feels like they've fallen the final hurdle far too many times, right? This is one where you break that trend at least. They're able to get it in and show that there is 2 sides to them. It's good to see, bud. It bodes well.
It really does bode well for them. A couple other teams there. KASIK again, after not being completely annihilated by Titans, they managed to get themselves further in this game. But we're going to get further into the broadcast. We send you back over to Kale and Max before we head over towards Sanhok later on.
That's right, Shockwave get themselves a huge win at the time, the one time, with their first ever win that Max does not predict them. What are you thinking, Max?
I don't care. They got himself the win. That's all I care about. Oh, yeah, the SHOCKWAVE chicken dinner. Give it to me. Yeah, the first chicken dinner of the whole tournament. And actually, I was checking the stats just before this. They were in 15th position on the overall rankings of the entire tournament. So this chicken dinner is so important to just give them a little bit more breathing space at the bottom of the rankings to make sure they go into the finals of PMPL Europe. So glad to see it. 22 points on board.
Damn.
Significantly higher than second place of Alpha Team. Wow, they were blasting on absolute fire here.
Absolute bish bash bosh here for Shockwave. I mean, considering how they were able to do it as well, it was quite impressive. Like, the fact that they were able to hold out a lot of teams from that water treatment location was really instrumental and important. And also they had the anchor point with Wagner in the middle.
Yeah, I was really expecting them to go for the third party on the teams of water treatment. It took a bit of time for them to feel confident enough to get close to it, but when they were in position on that ridge, I mean, we talked about it, Kalaris, during this game, that ridge line, if you can play it, is just so damn strong because the rest is just low ground or you're exiting water treatment, so you're very vulnerable. Yeah. And they were just taking shots from that high ground position. It was so hard to deny. As you go low on the rankings, we see in Titan, we see in Major Pride, we see in MADBULLS, a lot of the top teams that are just not as present, so it seems, Kalaris, and we're just seeing like a newer generation popping off, and in particular Wagner here getting himself 5 eliminations on this Miramar game, and Azza, which I keep saying is heavily underrated French player, and he's been popping off recently.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've seen him for a little while now, and he's not had many opportunities to really pop off, but it is about time. I mean, we started off today saying, you know, that there is the potential here that Shockwave is a team that they've been able to get big victories in the past, right? So being able to see them do this here, very good stuff as we take a look at the highlights from this game and see how everything broke down, Max.
Yeah, there's going to be some interesting action in the early game stage. It was MUERTE that we were talking about how good their compound was ahead of that entire cliff valley side, and it's got open terrain. So MUERTE, I thought, had a good opportunity, but the circle was not quite favorable for them, so they had to leave. But this fight, though, Kalaris, really weird between KASIK team and VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah.
Or like then Beck gets himself 2 eliminations on KASIK when they weirdly push it down in this kind of dip area. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how KASIK team play this one. I feel like nades or Molotovs would have sealed the deal so much sooner, but I guess they were out a little bit early.
Yeah, I understand that, like, both teams were a bit apprehensive about the approach to it to try and save their teammates, considering it's just a very vulnerable position, right? I don't think you should actually be going down there too commonly when it comes to kind of the playing out water treatment. Because once you're down there, you're kind of stuck down there if teams are around you, right?
Yeah, you want to play around the water silos or the buildings. Those areas are, I mean, they're very nadeable. Like a dip, they are going to be a big issue for them. Those guys, able to get himself a little bit of high ground too, and Alpha Team couldn't do too much as they were trying to flank from the backside. And man, almost 2k damage on this game. Good to see from the SHOCKWAVE squad. And yeah, a little bit of presence of KASIK team, which are getting more damage, getting more stuff done when they're not fighting Titan, which you still love to see. But yeah, it was a weird fight in water treatment. I think no one wanted to get involved. You had NEXUS there too, so you had a little bit of an X factor with them. So if you can avoid it, it would be great. But the circle was just forcing them through that city, so they just had to go for it.
Almost Sanhok numbers actually looking at the damage, but anyway, I mean, it's not an easy circle to play, right? Like the fact that the area outside of water treatment is so open. We were looking at the compounds that have positions of power, like MUERTE's, for example, even dark projects to a certain degree, but unfortunately for these teams, neither really got some circle favor going their way, so it really proved a bit of a hindrance.
I was really hoping to see Dark Project do good things because they were in a position where in the valley side they were very safe. You can hide cars in between those few buildings, so you can transition away if you need. And then they go into TUNA and they send it pretty much one by one. Kalaris, we've seen them many times, and this is not the best way to breach it on TUNA, so they just get picked up down to a single player. I think it is, who was it, Kespo, and then you just forgot TUNA were there and you just got backstabbed over the ridge. So weird push from Dark Project, so hopefully they can rethink approaches like this, because if they push as a 4-man team, TUNA was split, I think they win it pretty easily, but you're just giving it for free pretty much to TUNA.
Let's take a look at the overalls then and see if we have a bit of movement coming out from Shockwave. They will not be making the top 8 just yet. We'll see down the line how that's going on. Not much of a move here from MADBULLS, just a 2-point game. Oh, wow, sad face, Max.
Oh no, so disappointing for MADBULLS. They fell off. Oh no. No, that's such a big cushion. Like nobody cares. You know? They can have themselves some bad games. It is a-okay though. NEXUS able to jump up. Still that disparity of 63 eliminations, 12 placement points. It's such a big disparity for NEXUS. Yeah, I'd like to see that change. No, maybe a chicken dinner on board. That would make me really happy for the Romanian squad. But VULGAR boys are lingering in the shadows of the Amazing Eight, or the Fantastic Eight, or whatever we call them. I don't know. The Elegant Eight, you called it?
I think so, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, regardless. Let's see where Shockwave's wound them up then. It's in 16th place after that, which it's still not enough. Still need to move on up here, Max. I know I sounded like I was being sick. I apologize.
Oh, yeah. It was very on brand. But yeah, SBG had Shockwave. The French squad's a little bit of a struggle bus at the bottom of the rankings, though. No movement. And I'm still not seeing Rolkis alive a lot of these matches. Not sure what's happening there, but the unicorns of L's, it seems, yeah.
Yeah, rough. Again, I mean, similar to kind of what I've said about other teams, right, where I would like to see teams kind of stick together for a little bit longer to try and build that synergy and try and build something into it. It might also be unicorns. I'm not sure, though. It's difficult to identify it with this team.
It's good to give a chance for players that clearly are playing for the first time in like a PMPL or a high-level setting.
Yeah.
PUBG Mobile Esport, I can appreciate that, but it's not going to do anything if you just change your roster heading into 2024. And seeing the position they're in, Kalaris, chances are they're going to go through relegation, so that's where you can try things out a bit more if you want. So they're going to have to go through the trials very soon, yeah.
That's a scary prospect, but what's not scary is the socials giveaway that we're doing at the moment here that good old Maxman's covering over on the end. The shark cover is really cool. Go and get that if you can.
Well, the Punt Goon set, I like that one too. It's pretty cool. If you win 2 giveaways, you could get both maybe. Yeah, head on over to Esports.PRO EU on Instagram and go say which team you think is going to win, and you'll be entered. Do it now. Yeah.
Do it now, and also go grab yourself a monster as they are here for PMPL EU Fall as well, so a huge thank you to them. It's time for, again, I can't believe we're here already, the final game of the day. Let's head over to Blank and Jackie for the action.
We've breezed through it, Kalaris. I don't know where the time's going. It's just so quick. What was that? Was that you breezing?
I was kind of like surfing. It was like a surfing, breezing action, breezy surf. Yeah.
Oh, I thought maybe it was like a horse jump type vibe. You kind of just, yeah. He's on the move. He's quick. He's swift. My gosh.
Yeah. But that would be like a horrible way to imitate a horse, though. Ooh.
That's the noise of the horse as well. That's what they do.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh. We're jumping into the final game of the day here on Sanhok. It's MADBULLS at the top with 143 points and Gladiators with 90, tailing behind. Titans somehow still 79 points despite feeling like they're always dead firm and they're making crazy plays, but they're still eliminating those opponents, which is the main thing at the end of the day. Max brings up a very interesting point though, Mr. Jackie, that 63 elimination points to 12 placement points for NEXUS. What is that all about? That kind of really feeds into our own storyline that they can attack, but the rotate, not so good. Need to improve there.
Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because it's kind of then got me pondering where I'm like, I don't know even what's better for them anymore. Because when they were playing outside of the zone with a late rotate, they weren't really fighting as much. They're not getting any elimination points. Yeah. But they weren't really making it that late into games anyway. This is always happening, so you already know what's going on here. But yeah, weird one, mate. I mean, look, if you can shoot people and do well in the shooty bang bang, then the rest can be taught. The rest can be learned. So we'll see what adjustments will be made. Right here, though, it is not looking good for Titans. This happens time in, time out. We always see the Pi, Nan, Carnage kick off. And in the meantime, it's definitely going the way of KASIK team. Trofka, though, he's lost 2 of his teammates already. Oh, no one's winning. No one wins this. You both lose. It's like the end of Willy Wonka. Good day, sir. You lose.
Both very low HP now versus Trofka, also very low HP. It is the self-destruct sequence here in KASIK as well as Titan over in Painan. No one wins. We all go down.
Oh, Trofka, don't do it. It's fine. I thought he had a nade in his hands and he was just that frustrated.
Get me out of the game.
I've had enough. Blows the jersey off his top.
Oh, yeah. In tatters on the floor. And now we lock him down. We begin the lockdown sequence. We have approximately 3 minutes left on the bomb explosion.
Oh, man.
Trofka can just hear the beeping in the background. Needs to pull a Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible moment here.
I just can't believe it. It really is like the it's just the weirdest fight time and time again towards PERMITTA. Because like we've been saying, right? No one wins this. You're both just you've both been inted. It's not going to go well once you get out of here. It feels like having a sibling that you don't really get on with, but your parents have bought you a Stretch Armstrong for Christmas. So, you know, imagine we're in the 90s here. You've got yourself a Stretch Armstrong, but your sibling feels like you play with Stretch Armstrong more than they do. So what have they done, Blank? They've chopped
his arm off.
Yeah, they've cut it open. The beans are going everywhere, all over the floor. You can no longer play with him. Neither of you can no longer play with him.
It's just horrible. I mean, yeah, look, your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to suffer in PERMITTA. A horrible scenario to be in. VP sending over towards No Mercy Warriors. You can tell this is the last game day of the week in Phase 3 because everyone's going crazy. Everyone's going absolutely mental in these matches. They're just attacking everyone wherever they can. I've not even got the map preview open right now because I know it's just going to be non-stop action as we go down to 14 Takeems.
They are falling like flies. Our Takeems are disappearing quite quickly. Sad to watch as well how basically every squad is bubbled up to the brim, mate. They're looking good. You know, everyone other than No Mercy Warriors sat pretty on 4 players alive. Who isn't? Both Titan and KASIK off the back of their early scraps. Not nice. Not good to be in. This was the TUNA versus Unicorns of Love fight. Obviously, historically, we've set this one up many times. Fish and unicorns do not get on well.
They hate each other. You know what? I love that the production team just gave the replay. They didn't bother to show it on the screen because the production team knows that Tuna's not losing that fight. We've seen it so many times at this point. There's no point watching it. We know the outcome. We'll just give you the highlights. We'll give you the highlights. Thank you, production team. You're the best.
You can't beat the mighty TUNA, you know? As legend said, Blank, the TUNA that makes its way upstream will turn into a dragon.
Yeah. The great blue dragon.
Yep.
Blue eyes, white dragon.
Grade A TUNA. Take that to your local fishmonger.
They'll be like, you've brought us a dragon.
Yeah, mate, I don't really understand. You said that you had a really big, good-looking TUNA for me. You brought me 4 fellas in a jersey. I'm not sure. They've got mobile phones. They're talking about PUBG. What's going on?
What's going on? I can't sell these.
There's been a miscommunication. I thought they were a fish. I'm sorry.
Anyway, back to the game.
I'll tell you what, those Blank. These stats don't look fishy.
They don't, no. I mean, ooh, I had a second there. I didn't quite catch you had the 3 limbs. What about you, Jackie? Did you catch it?
I did not.
We both didn't catch it. If you caught it at home,
reel it
up in the chat now. Tell us that you were paying attention. Because unfortunately, we were trying to zone in on everything that's going on around the map. No. We were trying to figure out what's going on around the map.
Thinking about fish.
Thinking about fish a little bit. Just a little bit.
Ooh, tell you what, we do get to focus on a bit more fishy-related banter here. Ooh, Alloy! Oh, that reeks of fish. You have been slapped by the fish, cascaded out of the map by the fish. They couldn't handle it, Blank.
Oh, mate, that is just right across the face. There's drool and dribble going everywhere. KASIK Trofka tries to get things done. Blasts the death crate as well. Trofka still stood up in defiance as he dies.
Oh, mate, you love that Icy with the body hurt just spamming into the death box at the end there. God, it is such a frustrating bout between those two. It seems like Titan and KASIK team at this point, you know, they've got some narratives, they've got some stories to tell about one another. Many, many times we see them go head to head. Unfortunately for TUNA, it's not as easy as swimming upstream, as they are being picked to pieces now and then, losing one of their players for good as the main man is taken out of commission. Purple as well. Wow, he has been slapped down by Furia.
Yeah, some good shots there. I mean, overall, Again, another weird fight. No one's winning this one in Sami. Everyone's very far away from the zone, the circle itself. MADBULLS are going to hold you out if you make the full north shift up towards this side. We do get the Northwest Island, kind of the more important thing going on in the game, but there's just been so much happening around the map. We've not been able to really talk about it. Gladiators once again with another chance at a sweet, sweet chicken dinner during this game. But a lot of their elimination points feel to be already going out the window, Jackie. Sent over towards the wayside because players are leaving. Players are leaving. Left, right, and center.
Yeah, it feels like this game's actually had the most consistent rate of eliminations, ROE, rate of eliminations, that is, coming in consistently.
Nice, yeah.
You know, we're hitting a good average here. It feels like every time you look up towards the top left, someone's falling over. Here, SBG seems to be on the receiving end of it, and potentially MUERTE as well, as you've got the push up from Purple, trying to fight back, frustrated about what Furia did to his team a few moments ago. Purple now turning to red as the Molotov is dashed towards his feet. Corker holding and waiting for contact, peering over the edge of the smoke. Somewhat split in terms of the setup. The Elim feed has not stopped either. You are damn right in saying this has been a hell of a scrappy game so far. Consistent bloodlust being displayed by every squad, it seems, with the numbers thinning massively. SBG have 1 player left. No Mercy Warriors have 1 player left. TUNA Esports might not even exist after this fight, as MUERTE are turning the tides on them.
The prophecy of the Blue Eyes White Dragon just not coming to fruition right now. Purple is going to have to go full blue on this one. Look over towards Furia. Calm him down. Give him a little bit of a bedtime story. Make him happy. Because he's just furious right now. And Purple and Noshi extremely low. They're in the red.
Oh, we're getting all the different colours right now. Ooh, Furia leaving Purple, black and blue off the back of the contact. Milky Way, can he stand strong? He can. Bypasses what's thrown at him from TUNA, denies the mighty fish, and goes for the res, as he will get his teammates back in the fight, topped back up and ready to keep this one alive. But look how fragmented and how decimated a lot of our squads already are at this point. Nearly half the lobby dwindling down to sub 3 players. This is outrageous, the amount of fights we're seeing time in, time out.
Mate, look, perspective. You know, half the lobby, 32 players. We're down to 38. We've not even got through stage 2. What's going on, guys? This is not acceptable. The Nameless even zooming past MUERTE right now. They're likely to get shredded to pieces on their way in. Milky Way drops a little smoke. I don't think it was necessary, but yeah, I don't think it was necessary. He's just smoking for the smoking sake. That's not cool.
Vintage Milky Way.
Smoking.
Yeah, just throwing out those unnecessary smokes. That's what he's known for. Bit of a wacky guy like that.
Yeah, wacky, silly PUBG mobile player.
Yeah, had 10 years of professional piano outside of the game. It's why he's so quick with some of his movements. Not sure how that ties into the smoke grenades, but we'll move on. At this point blank, you can see the movement coming on up, everyone getting closely grouped inside of the zone. MUERTE, of course, basically already in the zone.
We're all dead.
They're all gone. Oh, it's so much water as well. Okay, this is sick.
Yes, more of that, please. But yeah, it's a difficult circle. It's made less difficult by the fact there is not a lot of players left. So, you know, at this point in time, usually it would be a case of so much area is already taken that you can't really find your way in. Luckily for a lot of these teams, because there is so little players left remaining, there should be a lot of open spots. For instance, Titans take this compound underneath Northwest Mountain for free. I think they're surprised by it as well. That's why they're looping around. They're expecting to get shot, but no one's here. Park up. It's yours.
Technically, at this point, with it only being 2 of the 4 members, I think they're just called ANDs.
Yeah.
Just half of them. Yeah. Oh, actually, it might just be, yeah. Oh, nothing. They're gone. All right. See you later.
Wait.
Absolutely mauled.
That was Alpha did that. That was Mandarin from
Mandarin,
over on the... So it wasn't even the Nameless. The Nameless rocked up, ready for a fight. Mandarin was like, I got that for you, boss.
Yeah,
Don't
I'll
worry.
deal with this.
I'll pest control.
Mandarin, I be pandering.
To the Nameless, at least, that's for sure. Give him a little salute from across the road. Got you, boys. Don't you worry.
Hey up, lads. All right.
Yeah, that compound's for you now.
Little,
You made this for me.
pre-Christmas gift. Very early.
Nice.
Yeah. It is polite of him. This is the sort of guy that Mandarin is, you know? He's a good guy.
Looking at the circle that Hattin is chock-a-block with players at this point in time. Dagestan currently playing the sneaky little angle on the outside. I don't particularly like the compound that Dagestan's playing. It's pretty rough to find those angles over towards VULGAR. There's limited windows to actually play off the back of. However, it's pretty... Oh God, it's pretty safe. That's not safe. Vehicle was so shocked.
Wow, he was so startled he went flying.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, honestly, I felt like that vehicle in that moment. There was an up and then a very sudden down. De Muerte, gone.
Yeah, it's like basically a supply drop for the guys from MADBULLS. Very nice. Pleasing.
Just chucking him a bone.
It's a great rotate from MADBULLS as well to be able to get here, but again, a lot of that comes off the back of the circumstances that there just being no one left. Everyone is gone, but there is still shots going up towards them. We'll have to still be a little bit careful. Gladiators should understand there's a team down here. Maybe Matic can find a cheeky off angle towards his position, or potentially even Meku. Next circle will determine basically the pace of the game, because no one's had to move, no one's had to do anything. Everyone's very comfy in their spots. SBG still living on. This is going to be putting a bit more of a focal point over towards that the love heart area of the Northwest Island. You can see it. I hope you can see it. I would draw it on the old telemostrator, but I'm not going to here. But over where the loot box is, that's kind of a nice position to play. It's where Gladiators would usually take early on, but they've been suffering to fast rotates from other teams, taking down the two players that do head towards that position. So potentially a rotational path for them there.
Meanwhile, seems like SHOCKWAVE stuck a little bit inside of the spin cycle as they're getting cleaned up by VULGAR boys. Been able to find a nice knock onto them. VULGAR boys playing very confidently with their setup as well, somewhat split in basically two duos. They do have a bit of an infiltrator lurking in the back line though. Victor, the spy, has snuck into their compound and gone undetected for quite some time. So if Victor's able to cause a bit of push and pull, potentially backstab whilst another squad instigates a fight, he could look to clean up, or maybe just keep his nose out of trouble and think about placements on this one. Yeah. As we've lost so many squads so quickly, the room to steal away some points is getting closer and closer. PERMITTA on the move as well, avoiding the blue narrowly as they'll take their rotation and their sweet time to arrive on this one.
You can kind of see as well why I mentioned that Dagestan compound just isn't all that good. You can see there's practically just that one angle on the door side. So it's very easy to see where you're going to be getting shot from. It's not a case you have to watch multiple windows, just that one door. You have a look at it now and again. You can find yourself some shots. It's always very difficult for that team that plays in that compound. It's nice that you can just hold it and then try and take some pot shots as teams leave outside of Hattin. PERMITTA, fortunately, will not be a heavy hitter coming in towards this end game as Alpha Team does spot them out. Takes a couple of shots. Mixer is now in a very, very precarious situation, let's say.
Yeah, not getting any easier here for Mixer. The blue's going to constantly make your life awkward. If he does want to try and close the gap and go for the rotate in towards the zone, basically offering himself up as sacrifice. So realizing this, he's just biding his time, trying to get one last heal in to see if that will make any sort of difference. And they're most likely just going to go for the Hail Mary of attempting to close the gap and get into the zone somewhere. No matter really where he takes this though, every edge is covered with both VP, Alpha, and even the Nameless down towards the wayside there, covering your entry points. So not going to be easy. Life gets a little bit harder for Gladiators with the way that the zone moves. MADBULLS still going to be content. But Dagestan are right there. And Gladiators actually opting to go for a fast rotate onto this one. They've gone straight in.
Yes, that's exactly what I want to see. I mean, this is kind of the compound that, well, the area around the map where they usually try and take up anyway. Kitsune does drop and will be flushed out as well. So will Tixi. That's unfortunate.
Look good on the minimap.
I was happy for a second, yeah.
Mate. Yeah, it's not worked. Just overzealous on the peaks as well, running into the crosshairs and just getting absolutely swung on. And Meku's still alive though, mate. So there you go. Assault back onto Fleek. Ooh, instant trade.
That is so annoying. Why have they done this to me? This was a clean rotate. It was easy enough. You can't just send it. I think they had to barrel it maybe last circle, realistically. Again, it's a great play from MADBULLS to get here as early as they did. VULGAR now moving out over towards Dagestan's compound, easily shrouded off by the smokes here. Makes it easier to get nice and close towards them. It's Takimi who gets blasted out of the way there by a lovely nade. Mixer will die outside in the blue zone.
Our team's really starting to drop quickly again now. The pace of the game revving up once again as VULGAR boys are also gone. And you can see just how much red there is filling up on the right-hand side of the screen for a majority of these squads. So many players on their last legs, lucky to be brought back into the games. Quick rotates coming around now as well.
If it didn't work the first time, what makes you think it's going to work the second? Come on, boys.
I mean, they're giving it a go.
I mean, they're in. Okay, never mind.
You know, let's see.
Respect.
Actually been able to close the gap a little bit. And Tixie's still alive as well, so 2 gladiators is better than no gladiators. But Dagestan, whoa, they have made Shockwave live up to their namesake because they feel the reverberations of that nade blowing them all away. Alpha also out in 8th, and goodbye SBG. We're losing a lot of our squads quite quickly. Not much room to play on either now. Everyone awkwardly grouped upon one another. Dagestan, MADBULLS, VP, the Nameless, and GG all head-to-head now then.
Interesting finish here. So the Nameless, maybe they get the second chicken dinner of the tournament right here, right now. But Dagestan, honestly, not an easy compound to play off the back of. Not an easy compound to control so many teams from. Really great nades. And honestly, it's just a case of taking shots at opportune moments. The Nameless will see them, though. They're going to have to use a lot of smokes, but there should have been a lot of death crates in that area with a huge amount of utility on board. And still having the vehicle. It is just one vehicle. No one's spotted it as of yet, but if that goes up in smoke, then that's the entire team down.
Zadira losing his life on the close quarters contact. Zerich as well. Oh, man. It feels like he's starting to rev into some of these. Looking like he wants to swing and clean up. Zerich normally so good in these sort of moments as well. He can thrive in the chaos here. VP down towards the ridge side, tucked in, very close, mirroring the sort of setup we're seeing from Dagestan as well. Just the benefit to them is the fact they've got all 4 players alive. On top of the hill, that's where the Nameless are lurking.
It feels so cruel because the Nameless realistically should be paying a bit more attention over towards this side of the map. However, they're just going to leave him alone and just let this fold out on its own terms. Tixie with the DBS, a lot of players to deal with, continues to swing over the top side. Just Matic now remaining. Might be able to get a huge nade over the top, but his position is known. We'll extend it through the middle, get the air burst on it. Does a huge amount of damage off the back of that. Swings up for a little bit of shots, and it could have been so good, but they held him for too long. And now MADBULLS up here, 4 players, the Nameless. They're not going to know what hits them. They didn't even try and third party over towards that. That would have been an opportune moment. VIRTUS.PRO, they're ruined in their spot. This is where you need to be watching.
Uh-oh. Zone coming in, no other opportunity apart from the full frontal assault. They've got to bypass the barrage of bullets that's coming their way. Is Dagestan deny this rotate from VP? Elementrix though, swinging like a shaman, strikes on the first as he'll take him down. Reply back, it's not clean enough from Dagestan, but it won't matter. Saved by the bell as the zone will deal damage. Keep not able to find anywhere to tuck in on this one either. Shifu goes down. Madagod and co absolutely eating bullets now as the Nameless are crumbling in the final fight versus MADBULLS. There is at least a reply. Potential for the dream to be kept alive here, but it is not going to get any easier.
Last player alive, Fleek pulls the pin. He looks on target. He's locked in. He's zoned in. Nade over the top. Does a good amount of damage. Takes down Beast. Just 1 player remaining in 0. This lad is not going to be the hero here as Fleek, the villainous.
They've closed the gap, closed the distance, they shut down Zero and snatched the crown back, taking the final chicken dinner of today's playdate, of this week as well, with the sweet cherry on top. MADBULLS, they don't need any more points, but they still keep getting them.
They just love it. They love it, Jackie. It's crazy. What is happening right now? It's so good to see. And honestly, MADBULLS, they deserve this. They deserve all this and more. Their streak has just been upwards. It's been stonks all the way, mate. And it's amazing. I'm so glad to see it. I'm so glad to see it for MADBULLS. Back in the day, this was a team to be feared. They got a little bit too overzealous with it. They got a little bit too overconfident. Now they're bringing it all back together. They fixed it. They patched it up. And now it looks like a full-on proper thing.
It really is nice to watch. You can see all the improvements for the squad there. Individually, the mechanics are looking at an all-time high. They're thriving in a lot of these fights, Blank. It's just given us an awful lot to be impressed by, and I'm glad to see it. I think MADBULLS, you know, even when they don't need the extra points, they're still squirreling them away, so they are in good stead.
And there it is, another MADBULLS win. Oh my days. I mean, given this circle, Max, and how all of these teams had to play it out, it was not easy by any stretch of the imagination for teams entering the circle. But MADBULLS was kind of in this area for quite a while in this game, so was able to really sniff it out.
They played the Grand Canyon of the Northwestern Island, just chilling there for a long time, being safe from a lot of the teams that were trying to take shots in their direction. And then when a lot of the teams outside of the circle died, then they rotate towards that hilltop position, which we mentioned multiple times, Kalaris, and even Blank touched upon it during that game, was such an important spot to play. And off the back of this, another 20 points. We talk about this so many times. They're just they're just a chicken dinner cartel by now. They just got all the chicken dinners for themselves. And good to see a little bit of presence of Dagestan here as they, I mean, you predicted them rightly so, Kalaris. They had a strong position north and they cleared all the remnants, leaving Hartin. So good on Dagestan to capitalize on such a strong position.
Yeah, but by the same token, they needed it to go the compound's way, right? If they were going to get the win. They like to be able to transition and not take any casualties up against that cliffside is very fraught with danger, and we could see that why they were going to collapse after all was said and done. We've got our 9 through 16 as well, as actually for a game pretty spread points-wise. It's a very Sanhok game, as is to be expected here, Max, in a scenario where we're back up on that Northwest Island.
Yeah, I think Blank and Jackie touched upon it. We were down to about half of the lobby size in start of phase 3, I think, which was so quick. And Zerich also very quick on the pivot this game and getting himself 4 eliminations, just under 850 damage on the match. Yeah, I did not think they would be able to transition very easily from their position, but they just waited out, wait for all the teams to do their move, and then they transitioned smoothly around the side. And they were in a very scary spot. Like, Fleeker here gets spotted away, but Frozen, this one shot was mental from down below and just surprises that one play of Gladiator.
Yeah.
There's just fights and rotations they should not win, Kalaris, and because they're just so efficient at how they play their game, they just win things that should not happen in the first place. I
like how Zerich, of course, is able to pop off in this last game, realizing that maybe his MVP rank from the last 2 days is up for debate. So we'll see later on who's going to be that MVP here. But VIRTUS.PRO, as you say, a little bit slow on the uptake over on that east side. Unfortunate, considering that I think that they could have exploited this terrain a little bit better than they ended up doing, which was non-existent.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO over on the east side. No rotation, though, from the eastern side. And they could have got for the mountaintop, but they're so slow. They allow teams like the Nameless to leapfrog their position, which I don't get it. If they were there so much earlier, they could have very easily, I think, gatekept teams like your Gladiators, like your Dagestan, like your Nameless later on down the line. But just, I feel like they saw the opportunity, but they heard all of that fighting, that they were just a bit anxious to go for the push themselves. But VIRTUS.PRO, we saw in the past, they have the fragging power to hold positions like this, so I hope they're not going to second guess themselves too much and just go for it in the future.
Let's take a look at the daily winners then, as we have once again another MADBULLS double on the day. They start the day, how they finish it with a not back-to-back, the bookending of chicken dinners. That's the one. Meanwhile, though, in the middle of the day, Max, we had quite the shake-up. That's actually a very low damage chicken dinner coming out from the Nameless, but it's a chicken dinner nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, the MADBULLS turbo win, nobody cares. Nobody cares about the Nameless win or even the French win. I know this is weird for me to say, but we got the VULGAR boys chicken dinner, and I predicted them. This is amazing.
Hooray.
This is the best game of the entire tournament. They're the best team by far. No, good presence from them. Good to see them trying to be a little bit more aggressive, zoning their position on their sweeping edge playstyle north of Lumberyard. So, we said multiple things about this team. We saw good presence from Tresley, which I think was one of the most silent players for VULGAR boys. And I'm going to spoil it right now. My prediction is going to be Foopsman for MVP of the day because that was a really good game. We'll see.
Foops, man. Foops. I have absolutely no clue who is going to be the MVP. I was going to pick a MADBULLS player, but I don't know. It's Redox.
What?
What?
12 elims, that's really... I mean, to be honest, no placement points. We never see them reach the late game, right? But but they get eliminations and damage, so you know
Wait
what?
a minute.
Sure, that's fair. That just makes sense with the DBS. Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I get...
He's been solo a decent amount of time, too, yeah.
This is one of the more surprising MVPs of the days from the entire tournament, I think, Max.
I mean, you have Zerich, Redox. It's a weird transition, especially when MADBULLS have had 2 wins. And I just loaded the stats. Yeah, he's actually up there by a significant amount. And then Foopsman is second. Oh, I was close.
Ah.
Oh, well.
Does make you wonder because we started the day off with obviously talking about Nexus and a little bit of an improvement from day to day. Maybe it's even more. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Zero is top 3 of the day, actually. So, Ed, we're seeing Zero of TUNA really popping off this phase.
Damn.
So good job, Zero. 77.
I like it.
He's on fire. Yeah.
All right, let's check in with the overalls then for the whole tournament. It's phase 1, 2, and 3, and see what's going on there for that, because we've got ourselves a lot of points that people are garnering here to try and push themselves towards a position where they can get extra bonus points for that final, Max, which is always exciting. But I don't know if anybody's going to be rivaling MADBULLS up to the top, considering they've just got the more wins.
I mean, of course, that means the PMGC rankings are going to be even more in their favor. It was a 1-point difference. I think it is way more than a 1-point difference now when it comes to PMGC. And
oh, yeah.
I mean, what, like about up, well, what is that, 103 point advantage for MADBULLS?
That's silly.
That's just mental. 16 chicken dinners. They got 16. They got 16. Like, that is insane. I don't know if there's any new viewers at home that just started watching PUBG Mobile Esports recently. You would rarely see over the course of an entire season a team get double digits, even less 16 chicken dinners, and we still got half a phase, and we still got the finals, Kalash. They could be at 20 plus.
Yeah.
What?
I'm wondering what a record is in a season like this for PMPL EU, right? Like, because that's gotta be either it or getting close. That's ridiculous.
I want to do some research, actually. Is this a game, like, is this a record we've got for MADBULLS in a season? I think it might just be. I've never seen this high an amount of chicken dinners.
Insane.
Oh, my word.
Totally insane. Well, so far, a 103-point lead over second place for Gladiators here in our top 8. Now let's take a look at our subtle 16 as we've got ourselves No Mercy Warriors down towards the bottom. There's still no wins on the board for No Mercy Warriors, unfortunately, Max.
Though that win from chicken dinner, that chicken dinner for Shockwave was very important because it just allows them to leave a bit that bottom 16 scary position. They're not safe by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
It allows them to somewhat secure a spot in the finals pretty safely if they just don't mess up massively entering the second half of the phase because they got such a big lead above No Mercy Warriors. So they should be fine. TUNA Esports 2 with a big improvement in this second phase, especially from Zero, that's been impressive. But yeah, I feel like we're not going to see a lot of changes on the bottom 4, bottom 5 teams. I think we know which our 16 teams might be. At least 15 out of the 16 teams for the finals, for me, pretty much locked in.
Yeah, it's looking rough for those teams down towards the bottom. A 30-point difference here. It's not undoable for the Nameless, of course. I mean, they could have other wins like they had today and try and push up against No Mercy Warriors here, could the Nameless, but it will be difficult. Considering the form that we've seen these teams in at the bottom, it will be tough against some of these teams, especially since you've got teams like TUNA, for example, who, you know, have started to do very, very well in this phase compared to previous phases. So if there was ever going to be movement down there, it's likely to just be one place, and No Mercy Warriors is the one under threat, right, Max?
Yeah, it's good like TUNA and your Shockwaves, they started to improve significantly in this phase. At the start of the phase, where there's still a little bit of space where you could improve, it's still a third of your total matches of the league stage. So you can rank up relatively higher because of that, but the half a phase is not going to be enough for those bottom teams. Like, a huge comeback is possible. Like, the Nameless could do it. They got himself a win at the end, but it doesn't seem likely. The bottom 4, bottom 5, I don't expect big movements from them, unfortunately. Yeah.
It'll be tough. It'll be tough. All right, let's take a look at our predictions, because I think all of us have been terrible today. But you know what? It's still looking very similar to yesterday, if I'm real.
Yeah, no big movers out here on the predictions. Blank's still in the lead. Good stuff on Blank. He's on point when it comes to this predictions, but it doesn't matter, Kalaris, because Maxman, has got the Vulgar Boys prediction. So I win by default. Yeah.
And Blank's hair still catastrophic, but there you go. He's still 1 point in the lead, but he's doing what he can, I suppose.
He's trying.
He's trying, bless him, with his little cotton socks. All right, well, Max, that does it here for day number 3. And actually, we're going on a bit of a hiatus. So any final thoughts before we finish things up for our first 3 days of phase 3?
I'm hyped to see what's going to be happening at the end of this third phase. And I'm predicting right now, I am saying that we are going to be witnessing the 20 chicken dinner bomb from the MADBULLS at the end of the phase. Let's go.
It's very realistic, to be perfectly
Maybe not
honest.
that big a prediction, yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Max, and thank you to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall. It's been an absolute pleasure having them along for the ride, for all the games, for all the action, for all the MADBULLS victories, because there's a lot of them. We shall see you same time, same place, in a few days' time on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to finish out phase 3 and then move us towards that final, the all-important final, to see who's going to be the victor here in Europe. See you then.